online learning, including distance learning, training, and lifelong learning. It will enable use and reuse of orphan work whose rights are untraceable. It will permit deposit in open access repositories and enable open licensing for advancement of open science, open access, and open education resources. It will enable and enhance gaming, computational analysis for research purposes through application of fair use and use of software program for innovation, inventions, and other important activities that will contribute to our economy and social development. It will establish a copyright tribunal that will address infringements and other issues to avoid parties having to engage in expensive litigation through the courts. It will enable South Africa to develop its own jurisprudence. In essence, the bill takes South Africa into 21st century. It is modern, it is forward-looking, and goes a long way to redress omissions, imbalances, discrimination, restrictions, and unconstitutionality in the current copyright law. If finally assented to, it will be more than progressive. It will be leading copyright law in balancing holders' and users' rights, gathering the best legislative innovation in copyright from around the world into one law. The views of the executive are as follows. The executive supports the passing of the bill from an economic development perspective, linking to the sustainability of revenue generation opportunities within the cultural and creative industries. The revised bill provides extended rights to creative work, as well as the duration of those rights. Contractual exploitation has been the main driver of poverty among our artists within the cultural and creative industries, together with open-ended fair use stipulation in the previous version of the bill. These two main issues have been a bone of contention since 1994, and the alignment of the bill to human rights, moral rights, and constitution allows for artists to be protected within the cultural and creative industries. This approved version clearly increased support towards the originators of the work from the start of the production value chain until the distribution phase. Royalties through this bill will be awarded even for the resale, and fair use is not open-ended, allowing for exploitation of works by globally owned platforms in return for unfair revenue. The establishment of the Copyright Tribunal is welcomed as an intervention to drive intellectual property protection for marginalized and disadvantaged artists. On the Performance Protection Amendment Bill, the draft Performance Protection Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Performance Protection Act number 11 of 1967. According to the Memorandum of Object, this bill will address issues relating to payment of royalties to performers, safeguarding their rights of contracting parties, promotes performers' moral and economic rights for performances in audiovisual fixation or sound recordings. It further states that the proposed provision in the bill are strategically aligned with priorities outlined in the National Development Plan, with the aim of ensuring effective governance, social protection, employment creation and leisure. It further states that bill's proposal are premised partly on the world's intellectual property organization treaties, such as the Beijing Treaties for the Protection of Audiovisual Performance and Performers and Phonographs Treaty. The bill seeks to address the challenges facing the creative industry, from non-payment of royalties, lack of formalization of the creative industry, which exposes it to abuse, piracy, and rights of performers by making provisions for the protection of performers' moral and economic rights, written agreement where rights of performers are involved, the protection of rights of producers of sound recordings, and prohibition of conduct in respect of technological protection measures, TPMS, and copyright management information. Section 5 of the memorandum on the object of Performance Protection Amendment Bill 2016, it deals with implications for provinces, and it states that provinces will be consulted. And Section 7 deal with parliamentary procedures, which the chairperson have already alluded that the procedure was Section 75, and that has been changed. Although that intellectual property is a national legislative competence, copyright and performance protection affects the people and indigenous knowledge at the provincial level. Therefore, there is a need to consult with provinces and the House of Traditional Leaders in terms of Section 18 of the Traditional Leadership Governance Framework Act. The province is yet to be consulted on the Copyright and Performance Protection Amendment Bill, as it affects people and indigenous knowledge at the provincial levels. The department is, however, not opposed to the amendment bill because it supports our vision and mandate of job creation and employment through opportunity sustainability. The question, though, will be whether the province will be allowed to pay the artist directly for gig work if performing artist does not belong to a particular agency or recording company. Another consideration in terms of formalization should be the participation of the Labor Department when it comes to the recognition of creative industry practitioners as workers. If performers are recognized as workers, some of these issues pertaining to formalization will be resolved given the following. The issue of years of experience will be taken into account. The issue of industry-relevant, market-related minimum wage can be implemented in consultation with the sector, which will minimize exploitation by producers. Contracting can then be regulated, and job creation can be tackled. As long as performers are not recognized as workers, the workforce dynamic which leads to exploitation will continue. Similar to the Copyright Tribunal, in addition to its mandate, there must be a platform to raise contractual disputes raised by performers and resolve these issues. We will be looking forward to the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us thank Lola Nkosi for that presentation from the MEC's office, representing MEC Tasneem Motara. And it was encouraging to see a hand clap after she spoke. We also acknowledge all the other presentations that was done. I'm going to give over, my name is MPL Bishop Adams. I'm part of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee. I'll be chairing this session in terms of questions and answers, contributions and clarity-seeking questions that you have. But I'm going to first ask the members of the committee if they have anything that they want to say to our stakeholders here today. And the chairperson has welcomed you, so I won't go to do that again. Thank you. Honorable Alberts. Honorable Barnos, Honorable Makwebo, Chair of Chairs. We're glad to have our Chair of Chairs with us here, the Chair of all chairpersons in the legislature, Chair of Chairs Nkosi Malipani. Thank you, ma'am. So, the way we're going to do this is I'm going to take hands, all right? But let me say this first. I think just to set the tone for us. the two bills that we are dealing with here, the Copyright Amendment Bill and the Performers Protection Amendment Bill, is the bills that has been referred back from the President, as you have heard, to us. It'll then go back to the NCOP and back into National Assembly. The Copyright Amendment Bill and the Performance Protection Amendment Bill is aimed at promoting the economic interests of creators of work whilst accommodating changing technology. This bill has also increased the scope of fair use with specific emphasis on educational uses that'll be available now, and also to basically bring things in line with the rest of the artists and performers worldwide. And I think it's important that we deal with this specifically today. So I'm going to start on my right. If you just raise your hand, and then I'll get to the left. I'll take 10 hands, Chair, is that okay? 10 hands at a time, and then we will be, because we have actually specifically come to listen to you today. That's why you saw that the members of the legislature did not speak, because we want to hear what you are saying concerning the bill that affects your lives, your work, your economics, and how your economics must be changed. So on my right, can I have 10 names, 10 hands quickly here, please? Who wants to speak on this side? There's number one, number two. Remember your number, please. Anybody else?
Sorry,
Okay.
Chair. Re kopela matsogo a ma 10. Batho ra bolela. Does it.
Thank you. Okay, so we have number one, number two, number three at the back. I see your hand. 3. Number 4 with the glasses. Number 5 right there by the door. Number 6, the gentleman in front here. Okay, let me take those 6 hands first, please. Number 1. Please tell us your name and which company maybe you represent, NGO. Thanks.
My name is Ida. I work with Short. I am working with an organization called Recreate, which is an umbrella movement of multiple other organizations, from Blind SA to Satu to South African Guild of Actors, Media Right to Know, and more. Myself, I'm from the music industry. I do arts and labor management, production, creative direction.
Just before you proceed, Chair of the session, procedurally, according to the rules, when you address members of the legislature, you must stand.
Okay.
Yeah. I understand that you might not be aware of the rules.
So yeah, that's basically, I'm from the music industry. I work with an organization called Recreate. And what is amazing about this organization, which is campaigning for copyright reform, is that it's a collection of users and creators, saying that, we all want progressive copyright, because a lot of the time there's this narrative that, well, if you're going to benefit users, then you're going to take away from the rights of creators. And just by the existence of Recreate proves against that. It says that, progressive copyright can benefit users and creatives. Musicians need access to some type of fair use for their culture, their creative culture. Blind people also have musicians who need access to fair royalties. So progressive copyright can exist that benefits both. I think the major issue is that it's a shift in the status quo. Historically, a lot of our industries have been built through very kind of very bad exploitation of people,
and that needs to change. We need to have fairer ways of dealing with people. People need to get fairer royalties, and also this idea that copyright only exists to kind of, for the copyright owner to kind of, you know, strengthen their copyright hold is incorrect, because we, even from the very start of copyright, the law in the world ever existing, there was always a need for limits and exceptions. We can't have copyright that disadvantages the public, whether it's public interest. For example, whether it's a cure to some disease, we can't say, well, okay, it's, you know, it's only the copyright owner. There needs to be some element of public interest, and especially in a country like South Africa, where the majority of the population, you know, can't afford access to a lot of stuff, we really need copyright that benefits and it applies here. And we believe that the Copyright Amendment Bill, through the many years that it's been workshopped, does an extremely good job of that. There are improvements that can be made, but we believe those improvements can come after the legislation is passed. We can do things like fight for prospective royalties on past contracts, maybe more specific exceptions for things. So yeah, we're very much for pass the copyright urgently, because this affects many people's livelihoods. It affects blind people's access to Braille. It affects learners and teachers being able to access education and much more. So thank you so much for having us, and all the best with the process.
Thank you, Kyla. Number 2. That's correct. Just tell us your name and your organization, please.
Mutsipi GG. Mutsipi GG.
Go ahead.
From an industry of security. I don't know, maybe if Kekwala staff or if maybe I'll be out of the way of whatever you have brought here. But you saying, I've noted your point when you're saying you are here, you're coming to listen to whatever that is pinching us, that is bothering us. Yeah. Economically, this is a gathering here because of economic development. My point from the security industry is, how am I going to grow if the project comes in Westland? When the project comes in Westland, there's a security company that will come from Pretoria.
It's what I feel like.
Yeah.
It's what I
Yeah.
feel like. Chair, you see that input, ne,
Yes.
that you are making? The next session, when the MEC is here, when we are dealing with the third quarter, because the third quarter will be dealing with broad issues
Oh,
that affects economic development.
yes.
That point that you are raising, please, it's what I feel like. In the next hour and a half, re tsena mo tsone tseo, re nyaka input ya gago yo. Irrelevant, mara irrelevant mo tse pedi tse re dealang ka tsone tse.
All right. No, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Matsipi.
Mutsipi.
Number 3. Number 3 was at the back there. Yeah, it's fine.
Greetings, leadership, greetings, community. I am Matthew Muitimangrat, ex-political prisoner, coming from disability. We had listened, we are very much happy that you came to us this day to come and do your presentation. But one of the things that I failed to understand about all the Bill of Rights, everything that was on our screen. Seriously, under normal circumstances, it's highly impossible that we can be able to ask questions from what was on the screen, because there are a lot of things which are on the screen. I'm speaking from correction, as they need to be corrected. I think it should have been better if possibly we were been given copies, whereby some of us can be able to go through it, said, okay, I've seen in such a section, section what, act what, it say that, it say that, it say that. There is something that I don't understand, which I would like to understand. So you will be questioning on something else that you are holding in your hands. But right now, two ladies came there to come and read from the screen something which is written, which most of us, we are not familiar with. So really, we feel that we are unfairly being treated. I thank you. God bless you.
Good morning, leadership, and good morning, community. I'd like to first concur with what Comrade had said, that maybe next time before we go, maybe we should have a campaign first of people that will go before us, before we go and have a public hearing, so that, you know, we hand out the presentations that we see today, so that those who are able to read can actually go through them, so that they can engage the presentations after they have been presented. So I think that will be beneficial for people to contribute positively. So that's the first thing. So thanks for that, comrade. And then the second thing is, I'm standing here, you know, I went through the documents. I went through the two documents, the copyright amendment bill and the one that protects, you know, artists, both of them. And I feel they are very, very much important pieces of documents, very, very important for every one of us. First, we need to understand them, what they stand for. The first thing that they stand for, when I go through them, I feel that they protect our artists. First of all, we have many laws in our constitution. They are written there in the constitution. During 1994, when we crossed over to the new South Africa, that did not mean that all the laws that we had in the past, in the apartheid era, were all of a sudden magically wiped off, disappeared. No, it did not happen. Some of the laws were carried over to this new dispensation. What we are trying to do here, and what I see that government is trying to help us do here, is actually to try and amend those laws. One of them was made in 1978 when cameras were not there, when a phone was not there, when technology really was not improved the way it was, like we know it today. You know, so we are trying to do that. You know, the government is trying to do that. It's trying to help us, you know, do that. It's trying to hear from us what it is that can be done in order to improve the laws. Already, they've presented here, and I've seen, you know, some of the presentation, and I'm happy with what has been said. My name is Bobby. I stay here in Johannesburg. I was born here in South Africa. I speak Swati fluently, you know. And I am working for an organization that is called Wikipedia. Wikipedia is an online encyclopedia. A lot of people, I think maybe half of the people here, they use cell phones, you know, to phone each other. But cell phones have moved over the years to something else, to bring us the internet in our hands, to bring us information in our hands. But there's a flaw there. The flaw is that, and when I'm saying flaw, I don't mean this flaw. I mean something that has been a loophole. The loophole is that most of the information that most of us read here is actually put by people's hands. People write that information and we read that information. But Africans are not the ones that are putting the information there. People sitting in Europe, people sitting in the US are the ones that are putting the information there. What are we doing? We're only consuming. It's called neo-colonialism. You know, they are sharing our ideas with us via the internet, via the phone. What are we doing? We are consuming that. We are consuming those ideas. So what are we trying to do here as an organization? We are trying to get South Africans to also contribute their information in there. We have a whole host of history sitting here. I have Istakazelo, Sereto, Snanatelo, Shabangu, Mpele, Luhlata, Lonjengengoshani, you know, when I that I found it there, you know. It is my culture. I found it there, you know, people who were older than me telling me I'm gonna pass it also through to my kids, you know, and they are gonna have to pass it to their kids. But times have changed. How we collect information and pass information is not only orally, you know, we also use the internet. And I want people to know about my culture. I want people to know about my surname. I want people to know about my tribe. How do I do that? I can write about that, you know. And then someone sitting there in London, someone sitting there in the US can do what? Can actually read about it, can read about me, can read about my culture. They don't need to go to a library somewhere and then say, okay, fine, these people are black people, and this is their culture, and this is how they're living. No. I can tell the story. I cannot listen to them telling me how am I as a person. Now, I'm going to my point. This law called the Copyright Amendment Act, it does protect me. I saw there that it speaks about 25 years, you know, of the indigenous knowledge. That is indigenous knowledge that I carry with me. My surname tells of wars that were fought. It tells of rivers. Are there now? They are still there today, those rivers. The mountains that are there, you know, in Mpumalanga, where my surname is coming from and my people are coming from. But if we don't codify these things and put it online and then tell it according to how we want it to be expressed, no one's going to know about it. So this law protects us. And it also gives us the power to communicate in our voice to the world. So what I'm trying to say is I support the law. You know, I support this bill. And I'm here really to tell you, all of you, that I know that there are economical issues that you want to address, but there is some artists that are here. It affects you as an artist. You play a guitar, you produce art. You know, you have a surname, you have your things that does not belong to you, but it belongs to your community, that are indigenous knowledge that needs to be protected. This law allows us to protect those arts of ours that we produce, to protect the indigenous knowledge that we have produced as a group, as a collective, as a community, you know. But we don't need to use old laws to protect them. We need to use what? The new laws that are here, that we're about to talk about here. So, yeah, I'm just standing to talk about, you know, protecting those laws. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can I just ask? Can I just ask for order in the house? When somebody's on the floor, let us give them the opportunity to speak. That's why we are here today. Thank you so much. Number 5. I think it was the young lady at the back there. Is she still in the end at the back? Last row.
Chair, just before we go to number 5, we heard what you did there. You saw we were laughing. And I understood that others, they did not get it. But we understood you there. You were clarifying what has currently been happening between where we come from, 2023 and 1996. Very clever. We got you.
Hi to everyone here. Dumelang. Ke Tshireletso nna, and I am part of the community here. And ka utlwa ntse le bua ka di copyrights regarding artists and whatnot. Personally, I'm a photographer who is also an artist and trying to make a name for myself. How does the bill protect me as a freelance photographer who does not belong to any organization, or anyone who may be a dancer, who may be a painter, who may be a writer who is within this community, that wants to understand how does that copyright bill benefit us? Because there was a long list of things that was read, that half of the things we don't understand, we didn't even hear. We can't even comprehend what was being said because of the bills and in terms of how it was said. So, re kopa le re tlhalosetseng gore copyright bill eo e re benefita yang and e re thusa yang as community, as youth, more than anything, that is trying to make a name for ourselves, that's trying to feed a family. Because at the same time, with all of those copyrights and all of those bills that are being said, we're lacking infrastructure, we're lacking equipment, we're lacking facilities. For example, you guys have, there was a meeting here today. The people that are working here, like your photographers and your cameramen, are not anybody local. We are local. I'm a photographer, he's a photographer. There's people that are doing other things here. So, even with the presentation, it sounded like something that was read, it was not something that was explained to us. We need to understand what you are saying, you need to understand what you are trying to communicate to us. But in the form that we got the communication, we got the message, it is like something being read to you, but you don't even understand what is being read. It's like reading a law book. There's a lot of terms, a lot of subcategories that we don't even understand. We need you guys to simplify it for us so that we understand exactly what you're talking about, how exactly it's going to benefit me as an individual, me as a community member. Because yes, it may be beneficial for the country, but you guys coming here to present this for us here means that it needs to be something that even anyone who comes and lives here, a tlhaloganye gore what you guys been saying to us. I'm sure half of the people that are here heard everything, but understand half of the things that were said. So, can you please make us understand how does the bill benefit us? And in terms of that, how are you going to help us develop those skills? How are you going to help us grow as creatives? How are you going to protect us as creatives? Are you going to make sure there's infrastructures in place for us to develop those skills, grow those skills, and build a better economy from that? So that's my question to you as the leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me proceed on this side. Can I have hands on this side, please? Number one. Oh, no, oh, sorry, my mistake. My apology. The gentleman in front here, sorry. They bring in the mic.
Greetings to all members who are gathered here, and also let me extend my greetings to the leadership at the front. Bakisaba Boning. My name is Pozom Chali. I am a blind person, and I'm a secretary of the organization called the Rand West Disability Business Chamber. It is an organization that advocates for the economic rights and interests of people with disabilities across the Rand West city. As the disability sector, we'd like to welcome whatever that has been said here. Would love to welcome the amendments, the copyrights, and the acts. The legislature, even within our space, related disability sector, we've got artists, the musicians, babang, batsaki, photographers, jalo le jalo. So, nekere ki tumelle gore the disability sector has been mentioned more the amendment to the reasonable to access equality and others ko batho ba nang le bogole. So now ne re na le batho ba ba nang le bogole e tlo re berekela yang e tlo berekela di artist tsa rona tse di sa boneng yang the amendment bill e fetsang go iriwa re amogela re appreciate gore e teng implementation e tla etsagala re na le di local artists tsa batho ba sa boneng tsa batho ba nna mo di wheelchair di kroko di eng across the Rand West ba opela ba repa mo di back roomong ba etsang but the bill it la khona go ba protector and then ke route e feng e tshwantseng ba e tseye. And then lastly nerere also re na le our people here ba community ke ntse ke utlwa the emphasis go tswa kwa other speakers gore man they don't understand what has been said here, so ne re kopa gore please mo nakong e tlang are nneng le maybe some sort of documents tse di kwetsweng ka di language tse farologaneng le ga ka nna just 3 languages for all of batho ba rona ba khone go utlwisisa. Lastly ne ke re I was hoping to hear much go tswa mo issues tsa di gida and the tida ha ke itse gore a letla bua ka tsone na because they are involved thata le rona re leng batho ba banang le bogole as I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Mchale. I'm moving to my left. Number 1. Anybody else on this side, please? Number 2. Number 3 there at the window. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. Number 7, Mercy. All right. Is anybody else here? Okay, let's take those 7 names, please. 7 hands.
Hello, everyone. I thank you to come here and give us such information. It was I appreciate it. My name is Neo Lepoleta. I'm from small business here in Dentlom, Pendula Zonke, but I'm also an author. I heard Mayor spoke about a lot of things, but my concern is I'm still concerned about protecting the copyright, because I know I'm gonna ask an explanation again on that 25 years, the clarity, because I have information that before even I was in a school, in a high school in Northwest, there's this book called The Cry Beloved Country. I think the author is from Eastern Cape or Western Cape. The book was read before I was in high school in Northwest. And when I was in high school, it was read in Free State, and today in Rand West, some high school, they still use the same book. So I would like to understand that if my book maybe is purchased by the department, and then I get royalties after 25 years, Mess said the copyright is in revision. So what does that mean? Do I have to copyright my work again? Do I have to go to the publishing company that helped me publishing the book? Or what happens? Because I think it's my work, and I would still, even after 30 years, to get my royalties. Thank you.
Thank you, Lebo. There's the issue of retrospectively. It's very important. Number 2.
Good morning to everyone. My name is David Matsepe. I'm from Teachers Union SATU. I have been mandated by approximately 264,000 teachers. And you obviously know that our teachers is to change lives to positive, in a positive way. So I was partially covered by the presentation from the executive. We aligned ourselves with a section 12B to D, in a sense that our mandate is to make sure that quality education and inclusive education is there for everyone. So how can we achieve quality education and inclusive education? So this bill, we're fully behind this bill because is making our environment very much conducive in a sense that it's going to make learning material very simple for us in order for our teachers to make sure that they deliver the curriculum to our prospective learners such that those learners, they can be able to realize their potential, which potential to be able to actively participate in the economic mainstream of the country. By so doing, they're gonna be contributing to job creation and poverty alleviation. By so saying, we are fully supporting the bill because the bill is going to work for us as teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. 3.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Wayne Gabriel. I'm the deputy chairperson of Ward 2, which is the neighboring ward. My first thing, actually my only thing is proper advertisement of events like this. This is about amendments of bills of rights, about entertainment areas. Yet the entertainers, the artists are not here because they did not know about this. You are the rightful people that are still suffering under the consequences of rights and all of these treaties that are being told to us today. So the real, one big thing that we can ask is that, can you please advertise these things to the proper people in the future? Because a lot of artists do not know about these events. A lot of entertainment managers, entertainment companies around this area, we don't know about this. Because I mean, I'm a youth leader at our ward, which is the neighboring ward, just across the street. Now, they did not know about this. Yet we have events that we are busy planning, and the rightful people are here. People need advice and guidelines as to where do we go when we do start up entertainment companies. We are being exploited like hard. And we are glad that you are here talking about these things, because it's not very often that we get to really truly understand what are our rights. When we write songs for people and then they change a few tweaks and then it's theirs, we were being exploited. You understand, sir? But we thank you for your presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a very good contribution in terms of demographics of areas. Thank you so much. Number 4. Yeah, in front.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tlantla CBC. As I was sitting here, and I think the previous speaker mentioned something important. We're dealing with legislation that impacts on artists in general. But many of them are not here. I see our sisters are here, which is good. But the truth of the matter is that copyright and performance protection are very complicated pieces of legislation. We still have lawyers that still battle in understanding that legislation. And I think we would be failing if we are not simplifying the legislation to such an extent that Ole can understand what we are talking about. When you say there's a 25-year reversion of rights, what does that mean exactly? Because from where I sit, there are 2 parts to it. There's the author, which is, I'm sure she's a publisher, and there's also the performer in the sound recording that's covered by the Performance Protection Act. If there's a reversion in a performance, it creates all sorts of complications. Imagine this, that the 3 of us who are performers, and you have sessionists that are also backing you, backing vocalists. You've given your consent to someone else who's recorded you. The recording itself falls under copyright. Your consent is covered by the performance protection. If it reverts after 25 years, what does that mean? It essentially means the recording that is owned by a copyright owner remains where it is, but the performance that's embodied in the recording, the consent in that performance, now belongs to the performers. Now, what happens when the performers don't agree? Because the sessionist might come back to Osmesi and say, no, but you are a featured performer. I want to earn the same royalties as you. And if there's a disagreement, it means that recording won't be used. It means that, so I don't think we've done a deep dive into the implications of some of the provisions that are being proposed. Because what would happen is that you are going to sit with a number of recording post 25 years that can't be used because there are no agreements either with record companies or amongst the performers themselves. And I don't think that is being clarified. And it's not being clarified because even the people that are proposing may not necessarily understand the practical, the practical consequences of what they are proposing. So there is a need for us, chair or chairs, to do some kind of a deep dive. I'll give another practical example. I'll come to fair use. I'll give another practical example. In terms of the current proposed exceptions, especially in relation to sound recordings, which is where I come from, as I said, Tlantla Sibisi from the recording industry of South Africa. In the current act, there is no exception for the private copying of sound recordings. And there's a reason for that. Sound recordings and what you hear as a sound recording is generally used for private purposes, right? You and I buy a CD and we listen to that CD. In most cases, technically we're supposed to buy recordings all the time, but we know what happens. I lend it to my friend who then records it, and suddenly that friend no longer buys the recording because they already have it. We Bluetooth sound recordings to each other. We don't think someone is being harmed by that act. We simply think I'm just giving my friend Messi Pakela's Ayashi Samategi and that's it. You forget that she relies on royalties so that she can make a living. Now, in the current bill, we decided we are going to have private copying exception for sound recordings. That means we are allowing all of us to essentially copy sound recordings without paying. So it reduces the income that she would be able to get, right? In other countries, what they've done to compensate for that, they've introduced what they call private copying levy. It was there in the 2015 bill, and now I'm going to reveal my age. I've been involved with this bill since 2015, but actually I've been involved with copyright in general for much longer than that. I was there when there was a music industry task team in 2000, which led to the amendment of the Copyright Act to introduce needle time. This was in 2000, in 2002, sorry, and the regulations that then came in 2006. The current bills are meant to align what is happening in the digital space with two of the what they call internet treaties, which is the WIPO Copyright Treaty, as well as the WIPO Performance and Phonograms Treaties. Those two treaties have been there since 1996. Since then, technology has galloped ahead. We now have artificial intelligence, leave alone the phones that you can record me as I speak and all of those things. There's artificial intelligence. And then we introduce something that is foreign to our copyright environment called fair use. Without a proper understanding of the implications of fair use. Now, I don't think it was explained what fair use is and what fair dealing is. I'll start with fair use. And I think the proponents of fair use like the fact that it is flexible, and that, the courts can then sit and determine if the right, the use is fair in the circumstances. What the proponents are not saying is that in a South African environment, we don't have creatives that have the money to litigate, right? So let's give a simple example. The American jurisprudence, when digital was becoming more common, there was a case that dealt with the reproduction of books so that they can be saved digitally in libraries. That was regarded as fair use. Now, fast track to AI, that can mimic Messi's voice as is, vocal performance as is, right? And create a new Ayashi Samategi, all generated by AI, which means that is now competing with Mrs. Messi's recording. And if, I hope it doesn't happen, copyright is granted to AI, it creates all sorts of problems that we've not actually understood. And we are yet to understand, because the world over is starting to look at this AI that can do so many fantastic things, but they are starting to think, how does that affect the creative sector? Because I don't think we're asking those questions. And we're saying, we will introduce fair use, all well and good, but we don't have money to litigate. And we are dealing with technology that is being brought by companies that have deep pockets, trillions of dollars. Here am I as a performer and as an owner. And the other thing, Chair, that we are forgetting is that in the music industry, many of our artists are beginning to record themselves. In fact, if I look at the top 100 current songs from Maporisa and Kabza, they own their recordings. We still think all these recordings are owned by some record company out there. We forget that the world has moved on. And the legislation that we are coming up with must take into account that if we are not protecting the owners of the recordings, we are actually punishing the new crop of artists that are beginning to own their own recordings. We are almost discouraging our own artists from owning their own recordings. So what I would ask, Chair, as we engage, and we did that well with the music industry because we started with the Falam Commission where the recording industry, the music industry in general, was able to unpack the impact of non-payment of royalties and all of those things. We've not done it with the software industry. We've not done it with the fine arts industry. We've not done it with the visual arts industry, right? So we've taken an example of the music industry and came up with amendments that affect the entire copyright-based industries. And I'm suggesting that there is a need for us to review those implications that would adversely affect the other sectors of the copyright industry. But most importantly, let's relook this fair use thing, because I remember the DG, former DG of Trade and Industry, said, park this thing. Park it, ensure that you do a proper deep dive into it, while you allow the rest of the amendments, which are absolutely good and unnecessary, unneeded, the royalties that must be paid to actors, for instance. That's a welcomed amendment. Musicians are already being paid royalties, but we also need to be careful, Chair, because what we've done with a one-size-fits-all is that with royalties in the audiovisual sector, we forget that there are featured actors, featured performers, but also there are what we call extras. In Tlantla CBC, that's an extra. And if you are saying all performers must be paid a royalty, it means I as an extra and performing as an extra must earn a royalty. There are consequences to that, because the current environment is that if I'm an extra, I get paid a once-off fee, and that's it. The featured performer must be paid, and I think there's no doubt about that. But if I, as an extra, is paid a royalty, what it means is that I can only get paid right at the end when the product is making money, not upfront. So I think for me, Chair, there is an absolute need for us to do a deep dive. And I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Number 5.
Molweni.
Rita.
She's going to come after me.
She's gonna- all right.
Yeah. Molweni, my name is Unathi Ndigi. I'm from Recreate, but I'm also a performer and a filmmaker. Just want to go straight to the crux of things, the whole fair dealing and fair use issue. Now we should remember that the president brought back the bill without signing it because he said there are unconstitutional implications to that bill, right? So that's why we're here. Now let's go straight to fair dealing. The Bill of Rights in South Africa says specific, you need to be seen as innocent until you are proven guilty. Am I right? That's our constitution. The current fair dealing is going against that because the implication of fair dealing is saying you are guilty until proven innocent. And that is unconstitutional currently. So if we're going to put fair dealing as it is, again, the president is going to send the bill, which is going to be a fruitless exercise because for many years we've been talking about this bill. This is now the 12th year. We need to be progressive. So if we are challenging fair use, the people that are opposing fair use, I would humbly ask that they put inputs to the committee to say, what is it that they want to be put there on the fair use? Because unfortunately for us as a country, fair dealing as it is very unconstitutional because it says you are guilty until proven innocent, in a nutshell. Having said that, if I may ask the executive, with all the issues that we've been talking about contracts, I know that the CAB, which is the Copyright Amendments Bill, there is a provision for tribunal, but unfortunately we don't see that in the Perfomers Protection Amendment Bill. If maybe you can make sure that even in that bill we've got the tribunal so that performers are able then to go in a safe place. Because currently I can only see it in the CAB, so we also need it in the PPB. The third aspect, I would say, thank you so much for making sure that we can regulate finally the collecting societies. Because unfortunately, I know everybody keeps talking about royalties and especially people from the collecting society, they talk about the royalties, but the reality is artists are not receiving their royalties. There's an issue there. For Upodringo, no Eugene, Bazi Chain, Samro in 2019, that says a lot. And we've been in democracy since 1994, so clearly something is not done right in the collecting society, so we really need to regulate those bodies. And so thank you so much for putting clauses that are going to regulate the collecting society. We welcome it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nati. Number 6, Nombita.
Molweni. Dumelang. Sanbonan. Kamlam ndingunambitha kwaMpumlwana, and the reason why I'm here is because, Lord have mercy. And say we as artists are a necessary part of the economy, and I think that needs to be acknowledged first and foremost. Now, it's beautiful that we are having this beautiful big language, the presentations that are taking place here. But it would seem to me, abantu abahleli apha don't understand that this has been going on, as Unathi says, for 12 years, 13 actually. The Department of Trade and Industry has been busy putting this bill together. Eyoba ningayazi loo nto is a problem. Eyoba nihleli apha ningazi into yokubana kudala nilwelwa ngabantu who are in government. is a problem. We're not standing here against government. We're here to support that government must put this into a bill so that we are protected. Might be ngumthetho. Now, I'm happy to reveal my age, contrary to present company. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 days ago, I celebrated my birthday. I am now 56 years old. Yep. It's a beautiful thing. Coincidentally, the bill that governs my career is also 56 years old. Yep. That bill was written in 1967, the year that I was born, to tell me how to work in 2023. Now, you remember your grandmother? Where did she know about cell phones? What did she know about Netflix and watching TV on the internet or DSTV? So how can she make rules in 1967 to tell you how to record people on a cell phone? This bill needs to be changed, people. And the more we fight about it, the longer it takes for it to be done. We need to stop fighting the bill and start supporting the bill and let it go forward. Community development was speaking here, and they're talking about the fact that actors, we are under contract law. I went to Parliament in 2018. I was complaining that the Department of Labor, the Labor Relations Act, says specific things about who I'm supposed to be and how I'm supposed to get paid. But because my employment is under the contract law, I am not protected. I'll give you an example. It does not matter, do you remember when we were all boycotting and toying and we got fired at Generations? Now, first of all, please stop asking me when I'm going back. Do you go back to a job do you go back to a job after they kick you out? So why do you keep asking when I'm going back to Generations? Now, you will stop that now. When we got fired at Generations, we went to the Department of Labor and said, hey, do something. And they said, sorry, we don't know you. That is because actors are under the contract law. Kind of like your plumber, the electrician, guy who fixes your fridge. We are not under the Department of Labor. So the Labor Relations Act does not protect me. Now let me tell you what that means. When I miss 5,000 rand a month, yakhumbula Generations, but we're getting paid so much money. But my 20,000 a month, my 40,000 a month. Did you know that I still do not qualify for a home loan with that 40,000 rand a month? Do you know why? Because I am not under the Department of Labor. As a result, I don't have an employer. As a result, I do not qualify for a loan. I cannot buy a car no matter how much money I put in front of them. When I miss 5,000 rand a month, no, let's just put the house in my name for now. Do you know how many actors have lost property because they could not qualify for a loan and they got somebody else to sign for them? That house is mine. So when we look at all the different things that we go through as artists, this law is going to make me a human being. I can leave a legacy for my child like you do. So it's not how much money you earn or how much money I earn. It's the fact that I am recognized as a human being. I contribute to society. So nobody khola 100,000 and guy boy got. I still cannot buy a car. Andikwazi uthenga imoto. Andikwazi uthenga ikhaya lomntanami. Iyavakala lento endiyithethayo. So asiye into yobana ndirhola imali engakanani na. The government needs to acknowledge us legally so that I can be under the protection of the Department of Employment and Labor. I am not employed as it is right now. When the taxman wants my money though, uyayifuna imali kum. Now let me give you an example of how much I pay. If I get paid 100 rand for this job that I'm doing today, I'm not getting paid today, by the way. If I get paid 100 rand, 25 rand of that goes to government. Then 15 rand of that goes to the person who got me the job. So out of that 100 rand, already, how much is gone? 40%? 40, how much? It's 40% is gone. So now I'm sitting here with 60 rand after I've worked for 100 rand. And kai khweli taxi emsebenzini. And kai ityi lunch and kai bhatali school fees. I-medical aid ke yona ke asiyazi pha ekhaya. Support the bill. Let it go through. Then we can fight about the dots and the commas and the exclamation marks. But let the bill go through. Uba ngaba ungumuntu othi yazi andikayifundi kakuhle le bill. Trust those of us who are going through it. We've been fighting for this for years now. The Department of Trade and Industry, people in there put their necks on the line for us. Besithethelela. So ngicela singaxavulisani apha. Let us stand together and push for this bill to go forward. Abantu who are opposed to this bill, let me educate you on this one, are the people who have their boots on our necks. Abathanda into yokuba thina simane sisokola ngabo abantu abangafunisayo le nto. Everything that we do here, everything we're fighting for that is written on that bill is what is going on in every other country in the world. As a companies vela America, they follow the same rules that we're saying must be followed now. But they don't want to follow that rule here. That's why they don't want the bill to be signed. So, gumthetho apho bavela khona. But xa befika apha bafuna ube ngumthetho. Who uyakwazi wena uye emzini womunye umuntu ubaxela uba mabaphile kanjani? That's what they're doing to us right now. They're coming from America, they're coming from England, they're coming from France, they're coming here to tell us how we must govern ourselves. Push the damn bill through. They cannot come from their own countries to tell us how to live here. Let us govern ourselves. And it is the Constitution and the Freedom Charter says, the people shall govern. Not the foreigners should govern. Sithi abantu balapha, sithi abaphetheyo apha, sithi abazawukhuselwa ngulo mthetho. Let the bill go through. Siyabulela.
Thank you, Nombita. Mercy, number 7.
Thank you, Nambita. Sanibonani nonke. Ngibulise naku ma leaders wethu there, our representatives from the government. Thank you for taking your time and running around, making sure that the society knows the truth. I'm actually going to go back to the Perfomers Protection Act of 1967. Because I think that's what you introduced there, that we are amending these bills. In the amendment of those bills, we come from the era of apartheid regime system. And we were signed by record companies that are internationally owned and who were protected and covered by a government of that era. And we had no representatives. And I'm going to read the Performers Protection Act of 1967. The Act 11 of 1967 provided that such royalties payment payable for such use of soundtrack, the owner of copyright who receives royalties payment in terms of this section shall share such royalties with any performer whose work is featured on the soundtrack of recording. In question, who would be titled to receive a royalty in that regard of contemplated in Section 5 of the Performers Protection Act. Ingazelo yami ukuthi, I have not received my royalties since 1990. When I said no to exploitation to this white man who signed me, he said, I am not going to benefit from my works. But I said no to exploitation. And most unfortunately, some of us did not even understand Indaba Yama Protection Act, Performers Protection Act. Because music business value chain was not taught in our schools. And it is still not taught in our schools up to today. And of which there is a clause that our government removed, a clause that consists of remuneration. We need our heritage and legacy back. And I think our government owes us that, because most of us in that era, when others were in exile getting good education, and most of everything that we did not receive here whilst we were at home, fighting, fronting for our leading political structure. We fronted for ANC. We fronted for Tata whilst he was in jail. He would send messages to us, and then we would go and perform fronting for him. We sang songs of freedom. We campaigned for our leaders. So you do owe us the right to earn from the works that we've done that are owned by those who own it today. We deserve that all those works that are in the archives of internationally owned companies, they must come back so that we can be able to benefit from our works, so that we can leave a legacy for our future generations. Otherwise, our kids have nothing. And in the future, they will have nothing. Some kids today, they are recording my music. There are so many kids who are remixing or ayachisa mateki. I don't earn from that. Yes, Leontole, angina mali e bank, because I do not benefit from my works. My music is selling. My music is played. My music is remixed, but I do not earn from it. You know? So the fair use issue, it's not fair to me. It's not fair to me. And it's not fair to my family. I can't even take my sister's kids who died of AIDS. She died of AIDS. I can't take her kids to school because I cannot even afford myself. Meanwhile, the children of these beasts who took our works will be earning from that work for the rest of their lives. Legislative of the collecting society is very imperative. Because when they collect our works from SABC, they do not even show us the spins. Spins, meaning that how many times our music has been played. They don't even give, Sambro does not even give us statements. I don't get statements from this company when they send me 200 rands after 6 months. And how do we live on that? Meanwhile, the so-called executives in the creative arts fraternity, which are promoters, managers, and agents, who are the same exploiters of artists, who make money out of us, and when they decide that you are grown up, they kick you, they don't break you, and they don't even book you for events. And they still are the tender entrepreneurs of Arts and Culture Department. Arts and Culture Department gives them tenders. Because when they apply, they have the resources to do that. We don't have. Where are we covered? Where are we protected? And how are we going to be protected? And what is the legacy that we're talking about? Which legend, what legendary are we talking about if we do not have the earnings? So our government, please look back and serve us in an appropriate way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. Okay, so that concludes the questions and contributions and clarity-seeking questions that was there. I'm going to give over back to the chairperson, and then he will then guide Clementine also to Pipan. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Member Adams, and thanks to all the stakeholders for your inputs. I was consulting the chair of chairs that maybe we need to change our approach. I even sent our committee manager a message to say maybe we need to change our approach. I know that we have made a commitment that we are going to go to all 5 corridors of Gauteng. But I picked up that the inputs are almost coming from the same stakeholders. The same situation that we're faced with in Santen is somehow repeating itself, but the voice is becoming louder. There are those that are really for the bill, especially those that are coming from the academic sector. There are those, obviously, who the current status will continue to be beneficial to them. And we are picking up, as politicians, though we are not necessarily educated, to preempt or understand the future, but we are able to read. I'm speaking to one stakeholder that I will not necessarily mention by name, who's in the music industry. And he's saying to me, a chairperson, these 2 bills, they make us to be highly divided as a sector. It's because of some of the clauses, honorable members, they might be addressing a problem, an elephant in the room. But some of the clauses, they might be making matters worse. And I think maybe we will need to really table in our next engagement, because what we are missing here, fairly well, Director, DTIC, you'll present to us. Chief Director will come and present to us. But there's one component that is missing here, our state law advisors. Because we are not the law experts. But I can assure you, we can have 155 public hearings. You will still are going to be faced with a situation where others will say, push the bill through. But others will say, maybe go back and look at clause by clause. And for us to go and look at clause by clause without us getting state law advisors, it will not help us. So what I want to encourage you to do, just to respond also to those that said they are not aware, they were not shared with the information as related to the bill. Between now until we then sit with Tabo and the team on how do we move forward, please send us your proposals. And I repeat what I repeated in Sante. Please send us your proposals in terms of clause by clause as it relates to each and every bill. Either it's copyright or it's the Performance Protection Amendment 1. So that by the time when we mandate Honorable Dango, and by the way, honorable members, I did not share the apology of Honorable Dango. They have a special sitting today. I just received his apology. He was supposed to be with us here. So that by the time when we send him our negotiating mandate, we will have incorporated your inputs. But importantly, we must receive a proper legal advice as a province. Because whether we like it or not, Gauteng contributes 34% to the GDP of the country. I mean, we are the 7th biggest economy in Africa, Gauteng. Not South Africa, but Gauteng. So every artist, publisher, whatever that you name them, they will want to come to Gauteng. That is why we are calling this province a province of gold. I don't know whether it's still applicable, whether it's indeed a province of gold, because it's something for discussion on some other time. But I think that we must be able to incorporate all these inputs that we are receiving, you know, from all different stakeholders, especially those that are directly affected. Because I take your input to heart. Where we've seen you on our screens for so many years, Mama. I don't know whether I qualify to call you Mama. 56 years, you are not far from me. In terms of age, No, I meant in terms of age.
So why no, Mr. Mama?
Not in any terms, in terms of age. You are not that far from me, but I know we've always want to put the blame into your table when something happens to you and say there were any such a lot of money. Why should government bury them? You know, why should we commit to them? Because you've given some of us something that we're not aware of. You know, things that are related to your agency fees, that ultimately whatever that you get at the end of the month is not what we see written on paper, which is something that we must really take back home. But, you know, you've raised this matter, and I've also raised it previously with the view of the executive. And I said to them, be very careful when you deal with creative industry, especially as it relates to a minimum wage. Because when it comes to you, it's very difficult for us to say a minimum wage. Because in the very same bills, we are proposing that we can't be treating our creatives the same. There are those that have got 40 years experience. There are those that have 6 months experience. There are those with 5 years experience. And we know that your fees, you charge them based on your experience, you know. So we can't be speaking of issues of a minimum wage. Maybe we need to come up with a better way that we can use. But very importantly, I think it's high time that you need to be recognized. You are exploited. Miss, you are right. You are extremely exploited. Because member Mukwege was saying to me, no, she's right. It also happens to me. If I can't afford to buy a certain car, I'll go to my friend and say, hey, can't you help? I've got extra money in the pocket. But if I don't pay and my friend says, hey, bring me my car, I can't say no. Legally, it's his car. He can take it. We can fight. We can try to go to court, and I know I will not win. Rona Bile West, they will say, it means it's the proceed of corruption. Why not say take it on? Why are you using your friend? You know. But when it comes to you, it's something else. So we are listening to many voices, and we are taking note of issues that you are raising. But there's one thing that all of us we must agree. And I'm stealing from your words, ma'am. Your examples. You are 56-year-old now. One of these acts, they are 56-year-old. We can't have legislation that is outdated. There we must agree. We can't have legislation that speaks of 1978 and 1967. We must just agree there that things has to give. You spoke well about your artificial intelligence, your ever-changing world in terms of technology. They were not there before. You are right. They were not there. And our fathers and mothers, they could not preempt what is going to happen in 2023. But one thing that I can guarantee you, as this portfolio committee, we are not going to be the voice of white monopoly capital. We are not going to be the voice of those people. That is why we are saying we might be politicians, but we are not blind. There are those that want the status quo to remain because of they are the biggest beneficiaries. We've picked up on how inputs have been made, you know, and the lobbying that goes with those particular inputs that are being made. Artists, you might be complaining that you are not benefiting. You don't have houses. But those that are managing your work are the biggest beneficiaries of the system. So that needs to change. Your performance, Mama, your grandchildren must be able to live out of your performance. It must not be big business that will benefit. We are already being threatened by the big business, by the way, to say you pass these bills, we pull out. And I'm happy how you've said it. If you want to pull out, fairly well, fairly good, pull out. But we can't be held to ransom on something that we are seeing that is not benefiting majority of our people. If it needs us to change the bills, having received a proper legal advice, let the case be. Because I still maintain that, Member Albert, we need our state law advisors to be on board. DTIC, they must not only go there and say, no, based on our own observations, we think this clause is right. Not going deeper into each and every clause. There is what I'm saying, maybe if you can make comments on each and every clause, and the fortunate part is that all 9 provinces are going to undertake the same process that we are undertaking. Once we then send our negotiating mandate, because of once the negotiating mandate goes to the NCOP, all other provinces negotiating mandate, they will come back to us as a portfolio committee. Then we can be able to compare and say, in terms of other provinces, what are their views? And maybe align those views so that by the time when we give Member Dango the final mandate, we will have incorporated also views from other provinces. But rest assured, one thing that I agree with, I know I might be unpopular with my members, but I will use my discretion as a chair, that these bills must go through. It can be 2016, but I think my brother Molo spoke of it goes far beyond 2016. Instead under conceptualization. It's high time that they must go through, but maybe zoom into clause by clause and say which ones we need to take out or which ones they need to go, so that we are able to jump this bridge, and the president will ultimately ascend the 2 amendments into an act. Then any other matter that will come after, hey, we will deal with it when we jump that particular bridge. That's why I think we should leave it at that. I don't want you to respond, Matt Clementine. I don't want you to respond, don't worry. I don't want you to respond to our stakeholders. So once you will try and respond. I mean, there are comments that we've taken note of, especially issues that deals with sharing of information well in advance. I know that the team will have shared with stakeholders that are invited, but the problem is they did not share with the community of Denklome. We've heard, there's one young photographer, we've heard your input in terms of, at the end of the day, how does this benefit me? You know, we've heard you. And it's exactly our discussion, Clementine. This one, I said, hey, don't read. You know, don't read word by word. Maybe just try and summarize. Because now when I will understand what the 2 bills seeks to achieve. But I can tell you, an ordinary person or more than clone. Now, I know is the case. Listen to the reports or never in affect a young, you know. Mama for Neribuan to Oibuan, or Carno Rutlets and Alimemba Mukwe, because Nerizumilo going into 25 years. I got a lot politician, or Tanagalet or into a galetto. So Nerizumilo going into Obuanga, yeah, 25 years, or you needed somebody like my brother tried to explain it. This swing of 25 years, because how we bala from how it's written, it becomes complicated, or like sharp. What is it that we want to achieve out of this particular clause? But once you understand it, or we understand this one, maybe if we are going to have 1 or 2 more of these public hearings, you know, just speak to the 2 bills. Don't present the clauses and try to witness a level in Yakorelungote. Yabatwa modern clome or pella Italy benefita ka 1, 2, 3. So that Habatsa Malabona could include at least the bills what about the copyright, what about the WIPO, what about the 1978, 1960, more benefita. Then about ownership what we are presenting. But Rabatubai wana kirabahaitu. So pain ya di creative sitarona. Ke pain ya lona le lona gira. So are try go formalize sector sabone, re try go address the challenges sabone. Whether I understand that or not, akere gona le ntwe e re bitsang ubuntu. Botho. Akere ba gaitso. Nele etsa pele. Akere nela go fitiwa yana batho ba konpa le tlapa no join. O konpa le tlapa mara mo tselang tso tsama o botsa motho ka entle go re konpa le tlapa. Akere ba gaitso. Cause wena ona gana fela re mara ke itse ha community lwana go ra re balanela ntwe e right. Ke a joina le nna mara mo tseleng o tsama o botsa. E tshwana le funeral especially tsa rona batho ba bantsi. O gona na go nka weekend o sa itse o etseng o ye go funeral go fitlo o tsene mo le opele. Na go nga o itse go bua ka ntate or ka mme. O bona o fitla go mabitla or ka sharp re boloka mme mo re ntate. Mara wena o tlile funeral go tlo support. Go ntse fela le tshwana le ka di bills. How le most no you wasted your time. Support ya gago to our creative industry, it's most welcome because kaosane, le wena, you are going to be faced with a challenge e leng gore le bona ba tlo tla ba tlo go supporta ka yona ra utlwana kere. So ke batla gore re kwale session e ya rona gona no ka gore re tlo ba le another public hearing possibly, or we are going to go back to that round table discussion. We'll take a decision as a committee jointly so that we then wrap up on our public hearings. And then we'll obviously, once we can give our permanent delegate those mandates, we'll come back either through a press conference kind of release, just to update to how far we are. And ki bua yana re Takalane a utlwelle mabane ne ke le go Power FM ba gaiso ke bula ne ke thoma mara batho ba rona ba utlwelle Power FM man, maybe linkise go motsweding or le Sedi FM kwa la le re tswana sa ka se shapo mara at least le tlang kutlwa re ka reng a kere cause linkisa go Power FM a utlwelle ke batho ba rona ba mo Den Club ba ikutlwalla motswedi FM or le Sedi wabo. Then ha re tla mo bara mara a di se le buisepe ka so se sa lona sa di bill what is. So are make sure gore le West, is it West Side? West Side FM Takalane and Tab are na le dio tse tshwanang le tse are ba bring on board and le bona re ba patele if bo Power FM ba patele. I agree this smaller radio stations we must grow them le rona le bona re ba patele le gona ba gona kry le togonyana at the end of the day re gona share information as to where we are at these two particular bills. So ba ga itse ke nyaka go le leboga mare go palo kopa tswetswe ba leng gore le batla gore after re na le delay nyana ya ntwe bitswang lunch dilo tsa legislature ya rona mara one day modimo tla re bless re na le delay nyana ya dilo tsa go ya maleng mare ne ke kopa gore re tse a bit of a break ba e leng gore na ba tlile specifically for the two bills le ka re excuse so that ka 2:30, is it fine, Chair of Chairs? Ka 2:30 re tlo thoma ka the second presentation ya rona ya department ya nong and tatolo na bua wa security o ska le bala point ile ya gago go na le motho mongwe re mo rumileng a kitse le mmono na le fo pele mo o lebetse gore di rules tsa legislature sentse di le applicable re tla mo tsenya ka tronko na le mosimane mo re mo rumile mo kopa le mo checkeng le morara a boe because ha re ka activate di rules tronko ena re ba tlo tshwarisa motho mo na le fo morago mo na la utheng kopa le mo checkeng le morare a boe because na le Chief of Chairs re tla mo tsenya ka tronko ha re di bari ke tswa magaletse mara ke bari o tswa Gomora mara se bari so re tlo itswa bari mo Den Tlome motho a re noke so ne re le mo checkeng da re ka rona re ilo mmatla o ka sente monate o nyaka re noka so ba ga iso ke a kopa tswetswe a re tseng break for the next 50 minutes and then we come back 2:30 we come back re tlo deal specific ka I hope our lunch will be served mara gona le di fruits nyana ne me wa tla go announce tsone ai se batla o tla se pasa
Okay, but wow. You have fruits. Yeah, for text. But do them fast.
oh ba gaitso ke fuwa message ya gore le ka nna mo fatshe ba tlo le serve ka di packs for now sentse re metse lunch ya rona mara ka 2:30 maybe lunch e tlabe le teng le one tlabe e le packed le tla ntse re ga department e presenta be le tshwarisa mala re apologize for inconvenience mara ba batlang go tsamaya le ka tsamaya re tla kopana hape go public hearing e ngwe ke a leboga. Hello. Bagaetso, are tswelleng. Chairperson of catering, can we proceed? Honorable members, can we start with the second session of our meeting as we welcome the MEC, the HOD officials from the department, as well as senior managers from the agencies of the department. MEC, we already dealt with the first part of our public hearing. We are now moving into the second part, which will be dealing with the third quarterly report of the department and its agencies. However, I spoke to the HOD and we agreed that in your presentation, MEC, you'll just need to give us a high level in terms of your non-achievements. But we'd like you to try and focus on TIDA in terms of this particular region, more especially in this area if you can. Similarly, your agencies, when you present, please focus on your non-achievements and areas of service that you can offer to the people of Dentlome. By the way, MEC, since the establishment of this residential area, the community of Dentlome is the first time that they see government here. Since the establishment of this residential area, we are the first government institution to come here. So, bagaetso jaaka ne ke indicate-ile ko lona gore ena program I know re ile ne re bua ka di bills ne confusanyana mo go lona. Program ke ya lona. Already I know gona le one person MEC o setse ana emise letsogo go the first session ana ba tlo bua ka the security industry. Re mo ra ai e tshware fela yalo as it relates to economic opportunities. Re tla di raiser go the second part of our presentation. So honorable members, I'm not going to declare the venue because we've already declared the venue. We are still under the same rules as we started in the morning. So we are going to then hand over to, then she will hand over to the HOD who will direct, who will be doing the presentation. I know that we are also expecting the focus intervention study presentation. When you do your presentation, just also give us a high level of the presentation, more focused on your focus intervention study. Once you are done with your presentation, you'll also hand over to your chief executive officers for different agencies to give us their non-achievements. I repeat, non-achievements. And if they can, just to highlight on areas where they are offering services to the people of the Western specifically, but if you can reduce it to Rand West, we'll most likely appreciate. MEC, let me hand over to you. As we also welcome Honorable Malema, we had your apology earlier, Honorable Malema, you are welcome. Not the Malema that you all know, a different one. This is why he's sitting on my far left and not wearing anything red. I need to make that one very clear. MEC?
Thank you. Thanks, Chairperson, and good afternoon to you and to members of the Portfolio Committee. Okay, thanks. Thanks so much.
No, I just got clarified, MEC and HOD, we are not dealing with the FIS today. So it's only the third quarter. So you can do the third quarter, your TIDA, and then you hand over to agencies just to give us their third quarterly reports. MEC?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, thank you, and afternoon to members of the Portfolio Committee and to members of Den Tlome community. Chair, I think importantly, yes, we have received, or you have received as a portfolio committee, the presentations on our third quarterly reports. We do have, I think, maybe as in terms of financial performance at the end of the quarter, overall we were sitting on 72% expenditure. We do have, however, certain areas as a department of under expenditure. One of the core drivers is the filling of our vacant post, which we are really trying to fill. But we've also had, since the last time we met as a portfolio committee, we've also had resignations of 2 senior managers. So it does add to, it just compounds that. There are a few things in the department that are delayed, but the presentation, I guess, will speak to that. And then in the agencies, we've got varying levels of performance. Also, Chair, you said that we must focus on our underachievements, and I'm sure the CEOs will speak to the underachievements. Maybe just to say, Chair, a big focus that we are trying to push, especially that will relate to the West Rand, is through GGDA, which is the West Rand SEZ, or the SEZ that's supposed to service and focus on the West Rand. It's still far in terms of coming to ground, but we are busy working with the team in relation to getting everything that DTIC needs for designation. But out of all the SEZs, that one and Lanseria so part of Lanseria will also service the West Rand. Chair, I think at a later stage, it will be necessary for us through the agencies to come and do engagements with the communities on some of the services that are available. Importantly, I think for through GEP is all the different funds and grants that are available, the Township Enterprise Fund, which we've recently launched, and a number of initiatives that we have with different partners. But I think quite urgently together, just with GEP, we should schedule a session just for the community of Den Tlome, which we will do. Chair, I'd like to hand over to the HOD. Okay, the HOD is going to introduce, so let me just introduce Toivo, who is our Chief Director for Monitoring and Evaluation. She's prepared the reports and will take us through the presentation. But safe to say, Chair, in the meeting is the HOD, DDG, Corporate Services, all the CEOs. I think the CEO of GEP is slightly late, if he has not arrived yet. But otherwise, all CEOs, I don't see anyone who's not here. As I indicated, the DDG and one of our chief directors has resigned as of the end of December. We have the acting CEO of the Liquor Board as well, acting CFO, I think, yeah. So all the senior managers are here with the CEOs. Thanks, Chair.
Afternoon, honorable members, and dumelang le kae. Ke tlo zama go kenya Setswana. Last time I did ask for a Setswana husband. It's taking a bit long, but ke tla zama go kenya Setswana. Next, it's a presentation for the Department of Economic Development as per the instructions that were provided. I hope you can see it. So just in summary, ke reflect performance ya rona as entire family. So the department and its agencies, we are currently sitting at 61%. The star performer within Mo Family ya rona ki GTA Tourism. I saw the CEO. Can you put your hand up, CEO? She's the star performer of the quarter, and generally our agencies are also improving their performance. The slow performance is basically based on issues related to construction. Construction is very slow due to supply chain processes, weather-related issues, and therefore it has affected performance ya rona. Department yona is sitting at 50%. I won't get into the details of it, but just also to say that during the quarter, we do look at the economic performance ya Gauteng, and we do track how the economy is performing. We track issues related to the jobs. We also track which sector is performing. And you will notice on my chart, the agriculture sector, which is what the West Rand is about, MEC uwile kataba ya hore the SEZ West Rand is still coming up. And we can see the West Rand is going to be the agricultural sector for the province. So we can see that that sector is performing very well. The economy did grow in that particular period, which we noted. Unemployment in Gauteng ile ya decline ya fitla ko 33.7% for quarter 3, which demonstrates that something is happening in Gauteng. So we're able to see a lot of the interventions have resulted in some jobs. This particular slide, it reflects those sectors that are performing. The next presentation then gets into the details of the performance. I won't get too much into it, Chair, because this particular section is a bit more technical. Ha re shebile department, re sheba di programs tsa rona, re bone gore where is their performance and which areas is their non-performance. So le tla bona gore where we are performing is our regulation and our governance program. This particular program, it focuses on getting the strategic partners, so private sectors, to come and work with us so that they can fund some of the projects that we are doing. It also looks at a liquor board. It looks at a consumer board. So those areas, we've noted a great significant improvement in those particular areas. So we'll note them. This particular slide, it demonstrates which indicators that we are performing in. Chairperson Uitzek is going to focus on where we are, the TIDs and the sort of information that were. So for example, the business states and the business lead department arona, we are specific to say or we want women companies. Unfortunately, this particular indicator, Chair, we missed it by 3%. So we're supposed to have procured 30% of women. Unfortunately, we only got to 37%. Goods and services, 0.6%. Some of these relate to the data that is sourced. So we rely on Treasury to give us that particular information so that we can be able to source it and consolidate it into our projects. With regards to infrastructure projects, in the township, our target was 30%. We're only sitting at 3.4%. We are concerned, Chair, with regards to this particular indicator, because that's where the big projects that we want to see in the townships happen. Our target yadi jobs, it is a new indicator that we are trying in this APP. For quarter 3, we had 40,000 jobs. Unfortunately, only 245 jobs were done. Once again, a lot of these jobs, they're coming from what is called the gig jobs, which is the creative industry. So, labona entertainment, but where it's the graphic designs and so forth. It's those type of jobs. So we need to get them recognized. Unfortunately, Department of Labor has not formally recognized them, but we would like to start counting those jobs. And that process has become very complicated because you need to be able to prove that you did the job. So there's a bit of a slow progress that is happening in that particular area. The court case related to consumer affairs, unfortunately, those court cases had not been processed because we are waiting for the, what do you call it? Is it a council? The panel, The membership, it had to be renewed, and we needed the members so that they can sit and then they can process those prosecutions. But that has been signed by the MEC, so we'll see progress in quarter 4. Our agencies, we expect them to perform at 95%. Why we expect them to perform at 95%? Because when they perform at 95%, that's when we are going to see the service delivery. So yes, we do note the 62%, which is a great improvement, and hopefully they will then improve their that particular job. In relation to the township economy program, TIDA, akere la e tseba TIDA? La e tseba? So within the Act, there are certain programs that we are supposed to do. So Renali program, we once launched what do you call it, the retail one, not so far away from here. We launched the retail program here, yeah. And then we also have the Tsenasabo Uber. Yeah, the last mile is Hoa. But let's say it's a scooter. Yeah. Inali yona program EU. And then renali the backyards. Labana the room. Like renali include in the backyard rooms. So renali program in there, and renali taxi economy where we partner with the taxi industry so that we can run the program. We said out of all these programs that we have, Zatida, Tansi Mereko Etsiwe. So for Q3, only 9,749 jobs were created through the TIDA program. Yes, the target has been missed because we were aiming high, but those particular jobs have been done already. With relation to our BE targets, this year, the department is now focused on ensuring that the BE Act gets implemented. BE, like the past where we talk about BE. We now want to see how do we get to implement the Act. So there are certain areas within the Act that we have to ensure that we implement. So with regards to skills development, which is our skills program, part of the BE, our target was 1.5, we only reached 0.0%, which is a concern. With regards to broadband in the township, I get data in the township. So there's issues that we needed to deal with, re-implemented through the private sector. So we have not yet achieved that particular target yet. We're still sitting at 0%, and part of it is because we need to make sure that we collate the data correctly so we know where exactly the spots should be, the fiber should run, and we also need to deal with the players in the industry so that we get the right people to roll out the particular fiber. Percentage on locally produced goods, we said that the goods, it's 75% of the goods have to be local. It is a difficult target. So for example, if utlo retsisa uniform, ne? We must make sure that the obatlo uniform for department, so that uniform, material thing, it's China. So it's a very complex type situation that we're in, and based on the projects that we're doing, just to get people to focus on locally produced goods, it's a challenge, but we'll continue to soldier on. And then the last one where we're not spending is on socio-economic development. We are also far from achieving that particular target. Chair, I won't get into the reasons for Rishab. Okay, Rishab. With regards, these next couple of slides, explain the details why those particular targets were not achieved. I did indicate to the programs are rona, the partnership model. So it's third parties who help us to implement. So we rely on them, and they have their own rules and their own processes, and sometimes they delay us, which affects our performance. Procurement is we've missed that particular target, goods and services. Let me just say, Che, the part of the biggest problem with sourcing goods from townships is that, sometimes the procurement requirements are province. So if Department of Health ibatla injection, ne? Like an injection. If ibatla, then it means that the injection must come from a business in the township. Sometimes the township are not ready to respond to the procurement needs of the province. And that's where the complication is also. So there's 200 products that are procured in the province, We do have 20 strategic procurement products that we are focusing on that should be targeted in the township, and it makes it a bit more complex to do it. But we are hoping that we will encourage and support our townships to ensure that they respond to our programs. Setsiki buile ka ena, I won't get into too much details of it. This particular slide is samapa di agencies tsa rona. So re na le GGTA. GGTA is the one that tlisetsang the West Rand SCZ. There is a SPMO that has already been established. And then this particular slide talks about the indicators that they're achieving and their performance levels that they're achieving. JAP is there. JAP is the one focusing on the SMMEs. Kibonaba who give the funding to the SMMEs. Yes, the demand is very big, and unfortunately funding at JAP inyani. So it's a bit complex, Leona. GGP like a stadium. There was a stadium here that was refurbished. Like say by ACE, eh? Aha, so like say by GGP again. So Rishapuka GGP. GGP is also one of our star performers in the family. So let's encourage them to continue to perform. GTA, like I said, Kitty Superstars Sarona. And obviously, batlaba the superstars, because I carry that period, but December never thing. So December, homonad, labo. So a lot of things were happening. They had lots of events. The Monati season was taking place. Cradle and Dinokeng Lightseba. Marupeng. Lightseba. So bana kibona ba managing license here the whole Cradle area, lead the Dinokeng Reserve. So within that, they also help us to oversee Marupeng, the visitor center as well. So they are also a good performer. And then Renali Tezas Rezadi Koloi, Ford. That's what they are doing. So Chair, I think maybe that's where I should stop. The financial information, we have spent 99% of our budget, and our revenue performance is sitting at 109. It just simply means that we have overperformed. Okay, this is where we clap hands. Something. And then the next couple of slides give the details of the financials, which the chair has asked us not to get into the details of it. With regards to our GOD targets, which is very important, women, youth, people with disabilities, and what we are doing in the township, it's very important that we report against these particular targets. So 53% has been spent on TIRA, right? Against a target of 40%. So we are monitoring what we are doing with regards to that our township economic development program, and we are currently sitting at 53%. People of disabilities were given a 4%. We are overachieving there. We're sitting at 9.2%. With regards to our youth program, our target was 10%, and we are currently sitting at 13%. So this is the programs that we spend on young people. With regards to women, we are currently sitting at 45% of our women who are in senior positions. I'm one of them. And then with regards to our BE performance, we had a target of 80%. Unfortunately, we are sitting at 75.9%. So this is our good story that we keep telling. And then our regulatory departments, consumer liquor, they continue to have workshops that are focused on GOD. So we ensure that the women participate, whether it's a consumer awareness program, whether it's a liquor program, they make sure that the GOD program is included as well. We also have a whole lot of educational programs in that area. I won't get into too much details. The MEC Ubuile about our HR situation, we did have 2 resignations that were in place, but at the same time, we also had 14 new appointments, and then 5 appointments people are acting, which is a significant improvement from when the department was from last year, and then there's been 16 terminations. Thank you, Chair.
No. No thanks, Chief Director. Can we get GGDA? Whilst GGDA comes, GGB, prepare yourself. After GGB, Cradle of Humankind. Then GTA. Then Tswane. Then we'll conclude with JEB. I hope you heard me. Tabo and the team, can you ask those people who are outside, they are either here or they must go to their own homes? Because we are in a serious meeting here. If you batho ba batla go tlotla, ba ile go tlotla ko ntlong tsa bone, not here. Kopa dilo ba botsa re ka rialo. Because by it's a noise and we can't hear anything.
Honorable MEC, honorable members of the committee, HOD, members of the EXCO and other colleagues here, and most importantly, the community of 10 Clock who are hosting us today. Thank you very much for hosting us. My name is Simpiwe Hamilton, and I'm charged with acting as the CEO of the GGDA. I will try to follow the guidelines given to us by the chair to focus on the non-performance and just make sure that I don't take too much time in this regard. So some of the slides I'm going to go through very quickly, but chair, we are at your service. As GGDA, in this quarter 3, following on 2 great quarters where we performed around 65–68%, we've got a lower overall performance of 55%. But year to date, we are already sitting at 67%, and we are aiming for a minimum performance of above 80 at the very worst by the end of the financial year. In terms of focusing on the areas of non-delivery, this gives you just the summary itself. In terms of where we have stuck at the end of the quarter 3. So I'll go to the areas of non-performance quickly. So we had a target to draw investment into the province of 3 billion rands by the end of the quarter. We are sitting at 1.5 billion. Technically, we have reached the target, Chair. The only thing that is not available at this stage is the evidence to support it in the form of a letter from the investor that confirms that this investment has been landed. And that affects the jobs that are associated with that investment. So the next bullet point that speaks to 2,000 jobs, only 200 currently. That investment will, when we have the evidence of the investment, it will come with the evidence of the jobs that have been created. And then in terms of GBS, we've only rolled out in quarter 2 the GBS center in Jablane. The one in Nazareth is one that is outstanding, and that is where those jobs that have not been created is sitting. And then the jobs created through investment I've already explained. And the jobs in construction is mainly because, as MEC has said, that there are areas where there are delays in construction. So as the progress in the project itself takes place, the jobs will lag, but will catch up as we complete the project. And the same applies to subcontracting where we have missed that target. It's also mainly due to delayed construction in this regard. So this gives the explanation of that first slide. I've spoken to TIRE and EPMO. Now I go to one of our other entities called the AIDC, the Automotive Industry Development Center, which is located in Roslyn. There we have achieved 97% of our target in terms of people that have been trained and upskilled in the automotive sector. So the companies cannot occupy those buildings. And then we were in the process of finalizing a master plan and a business plan for Tambo Springs SEZ. That work will only be completed in this quarter. We had technical challenges in terms of access to the land parcels that we required to do the assessment on and to complete that work. And then we go to Cornhill. Cornhill is the home of the Constitutional Court, located in Parktown, where the old women's prison used to be. That is our center in terms of social cohesion, in terms of supporting the creative sector. And there we are sitting at 26 of 30 tourism SMMEs that were provided with market access. But unfortunately, the performance in terms of those SMMEs developing products that would have been availed to the market is currently lagging behind. So overall, MEC, I think I would want to go to the summary of the group jobs, but in Q3, we had a target of 5,000 jobs created, of which only 2,039 were created. And the broad summary on the jobs, the annual target is 17,000 jobs, with only 12,000 created to date. The main challenge there is with regards to construction jobs, as I've mentioned earlier. But the biggest leg in the jobs here is the construction of the Tshwane Automotive City and the Roslyn Hub, which currently is being hamstrung and delayed by the issue between the province and the owners of the land in valuating that land so that it can then be used for building of the road, the K217. So that's where the delay is largely. That's the performance of the group in relation to the different categories in terms of GOD. And then, yeah, I think the financial performance, if Chairperson allows, I would ask the CFO to do that presentation for us so we can see where we stand financially. Thank you very much, and it's appreciated. Sorry, I think I missed one important set of reporting that I should have done. So we have 3 special projects in the group. We have the VAL SEZ, which is currently going for designation by the Minister of Trade and Industry. At that SEZ, currently, we are looking at initial pre-designation work, that is putting up the security fencing and the security that's required so that the 2 investors that we've identified for the Heidelberg 24 plot can land there and start their construction. So that is being completed from an SCM point of view. And VAL will also be having other sites in DDR and Mid-Val, where they will be putting up an agro-processing facility as well as the future hydrogen valley in terms of the green economy that the province is driving as part of the priorities. We also have the Lanseria Smart City, which was given to GGDA in the second quarter of last year. Since then, we have appointed the lead for the special purpose vehicle that will work through established authorities to start leveraging funds to fund bulk infrastructure that will be used to unlock private investment into Lanseria. We estimate that that infrastructure will cost anything between 15 and 20 billion rands, and that will unlock about 85 billion rands worth of private investment into Lanseria that will see the improvement of the water waste treatment plant, the roads in that area, reticulation in terms of sanitation, water provision, electricity, but also housing and other amenities that are associated with a developing city. We are already in discussion with the Gautrain Management Company for the establishment of a route and a station into Lanseria. And we are also hoping to land a data center just on the outskirts of that footprint. Then the other project, which is the last one and the key one for this region, is the West Rand SEZ. We commenced with creation of the PMU for West Rand in July last year. By November, we had all the team members in place. Currently, we have contracted for the master plan and the business case for the West Rand SEZ. And we are in discussions with Mogale City and Rand West to assist us in securing land on which this SEZ will be built. Part of it includes a solar power plant that will be located just outside Protea, a market for vegetables and other activities of that nature. And we are hoping to complete the master plan in Q2 of next year and then be able to access the funding that is required for purposes of starting with the pre-designation work in that regard. I think I've covered everything. Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies for missing this.
Thank you very much, CEO, Chairperson, legislature members. I'm just going to present briefly the financial performance, which will be exactly mirror, it will mirror the actual performance of the agency. I'm not going to go into too much detail, Chair. If you look at our financial performance, from a compensation of employees, administrative and operating expenses, we are doing well insofar as the quarterly targets are concerned. However, where we are not doing great, Chair, is our capital projects. As you can see, we're expected to be at about 70% of our capital projects, but we are sitting at 30%. The two key projects that are delaying us or that are of poor performance, one is the industrial hubs. We were meant to refurbish 4 industrial hubs in this financial year. However, those about 7 industrial hubs in the current financial year. However, only 3 will be refurbished, which is Sebokeng 1, Sebokeng 2, and Chamdo. However, the other 4 are behind on performance. What we did, Chair, we requested permission to reprioritize those funds because they were not going to be spent or committed, and we therefore redirected the funds to the VAL SEZ. The financial requirements for the VAL SEZ, Chair, for the pre-designation activities before the VAL SEZ can be designated by DTIC, Chair, there are certain pre-designation activities that need to unfold, and we redirected those funds on the pre-designation activities, Chair. So those are the 2 projects, is the industrial hubs and the VAL SEZ, Chair. Then I think, Chair, on the other solvency ratios are looking good. On non-performance, Chair, if you look at our targeted procurement, for BE, we're doing good. For SMME, our target was 50%. We are sitting at 47%. Our township economic revitalization, our target is 28%. We are not doing great there. We are sitting at 2%. Women-owned businesses, we are not doing great there either. Chair, youth-owned entities, our target is 10%. We are sitting at 7%. And if you look at 50% black-owned, we are doing well because our target is 12%, but we are sitting at 53%. And procurement for entities that are owned by people with disabilities, the target is 5%, we are sitting at 35%, we are doing great on those ones. However, for youth-owned and women-owned, Chair, those are the 2 targeted procurement where we need to work hard to improve and ensure that we deliberately procure from youth-owned and black women-owned entities, Chair. Chair, those are the non-performance areas for GGDA from a finance point of view.
Just before we take gambling board, can you just take us back to that slide, the last one, before thank you. And value, that 216, can you explain that part?
So the of our total procurement for the quarter, we spent 216,000 just for the quarter for goods and services to entities that are level 1 BE, Chair.
So le re shapile ka cut and paste dira.
No, I think, Chair, there was a glitch there. Apologies, Chair, for that.
No,
Yeah.
No, you're misleading us.
No, it's fine. We'll engage you. It's fine.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Can we get the gambling board?
Dumelang kaofela, our honorable MEC and honorable members, good afternoon. Good afternoon, our HOD. My name is Karabo Mbele, ke tswa ko Gauteng Gambling Board. Ke thabela go ba mo le lona, ke tlo le bolella about our performance at the Gauteng Gambling Board. I'm sure you all know what we do ko Gauteng Gambling Board. I just want to gauge gore la tseba gore re etsa eng ko teng. La tseba re etsa? Oh, okay. So, rona re regulator. So, what our job is to ensure for gambling, more provincing, le more the regions is done safely, is in a controlled environment, and re boloka setjhaba sa rona by ensuring gore there isn't any irresponsible gambling. So our job is really simple in the fact that what we do scout for places mo ileng gore go na le illegal gambling e etsagalang mo di communities. Illegal gambling ya re lematsa, e lematsa di taxes tsa rona as a government, because what we do, as much as gambling is recreational for batho ba ileng gore ba e enjoya, but who also know when to stop. You can have fun, but everything has limitations. Like in our constitution in South Africa, we have section 36, where we say everything does have a limitation. And so what illegal gambling does, ha ile gore go tlile batho mo di communities, ba bula di illegal gambling facilities, we have no control over what we do. We have no control over ensuring gore bana ba banyane aba gamble tšhelete ya bona. We have no control to ensure gore le batho ba bagolo ba ileng gore se ba le senile aba sebedise ditšhelete tsa bona irresponsibly. So also, I think lastly on that fact is to say gore the taxes tsa gambling tse re di kry-ang from the casinos, tse re di kry-ang from the bingos, the totalizers, sports betting. Kaofela lona, I'm sure you've been to the Derby where you have various, your Pirates and Chiefs games, your Mamelodi Sundowns, etc. People ba betcha to ensure gore, I bet gore Pirates itlo wina, more gaming in. And then there are wins there. But those taxes that we make from those bets, what we do is re khutlisetsa back ko mmusong, and the mmuso o ensure gore tšhelete eo mo fiscus e service a community, like tšhelete tsa di grant to ensure gore re build the infrastructure. Some of the includes tse le di bonang around here, le di clinic, le di services tse tlisang ke government really come from the coffers of the Gauteng Gambling Board. So I wanted to start there just to give you an understanding as to who we are and how we contribute to the communities that we serve. I think the second point before I get into my presentation, Honorable Chair, I just wanted to say the Gauteng Gambling Board is committed to this particular region, to the West Rand. We do have a program that we are going to ensure by next week we have serviced it. In terms of sports facilities, we do have a sports development program. Tšhelete eo e tswa from gambling as well. What the industry has done is to ensure as per section 100 of our act, we give back to communities such as this. I have noticed as I've been driving around in the area, there are no sporting facilities that are availed to our children. There are no sports facilities that are properly maintained within the schools in this area. And CFO, you are here today. I hope that we will ensure that we do commit to our promise to the people of the West Rand, that by next week we do avail funds to ensure that some of the schools in this area are serviced, well serviced, to ensure that we do encourage some kind of sports in the area. I thank you. Thank you. So at the Gauteng Gambling Board for Q3, we have 6 targets that are due, and 3 of these have been achieved. A1 target, it's partially achieved. Ke tla explain na gore ke ra gore ha ke re partially achieved. And then 2 of them have not been achieved. I apologize for the spelling mistake. Lailore Sekgowa is not my first language. All the targets are Q1 and Q2 have been achieved. So we are doing very well year to date. Our first underachieved one is really in relation to how we pay suppliers. So the people who supply Ko Gambling Board, we have to pay them within 15 days after receiving the invoices. And what has happened is that we have only managed to achieve that 97%.
Chair. I think I heard the presenter saying CFO. Where is that CFO you're talking about? Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you. Lina la CFO ya rona ke Dumisani Dlamini, and he just started with the Gambling Board in January. Apologies for not addressing him or presenting him. So this 15 days, we are supposed to ensure that we pay invoices within 15 days, and we haven't done that. And so there is consequence management within the department because the error has been really on our side. Chair, just to go with the program, I won't go to what we have achieved. I will go to this particular program, Yadi Raids. Bagaetso ke buile ka illegal gambling, and we have underachieved in this regard. We have increased our raids from 30 to 100 because we realized that we needed to do more in the communities. We had a stakeholder engagement, and we were really put to task ke the gambling operators, ke the gambling licensees to say, le bolaya business ya rona by not ensuring that illegal gambling is really stopped. Le bolaya business ya rona by not ensuring that you confiscate machines za illegal gambling. You are also putting pressure on us because as the Gauteng Gambling Board, you in the past would collect 1.8 billion in terms of taxes. But now we are collecting less because we are not doing enough in terms of clamping on illegal gambling. And so what we did is we improved our target from 30 to 100. And so in that regard, we have shot ourselves in the foot, but for a good cause. And so we are 63% in terms of our achievements. But year to date, be rest assured that we are doing our best. We are working with law enforcers. The law enforcement is really committed to us. And what also happened in that we got to 63% is because in December, the law enforcers were really busy ensuring that they clamp down on other issues like crimes. We do know that crime is prevalent during the festive season, and that's what our law enforcers decided that they would look at. And so illegal gambling is a big thing for us. Our efforts are really based around that. Chair, if you'll indulge me one more time, is to just go back to this particular program here, administration, is that we have paid and processed 189 invoices to date. And whilst we have received 194, hence our underachievement. Chair, I'd also like to give Cindy Simons.
We have a social economic development program, and in that program we roll out different initiatives in order to uplift
Chair.
the community.
I'm going to call order too much. Introduce yourself because I don't know you myself. And I'm asking my colleagues who are you. We invited the community here. You must have confidence and tell them who you are, what you do, and explain. Don't just get inside like this because they know you. Please.
Sorry, my apologies.
You are protected. Don't be intimidated.
Thank you, Chair.
But I was asking the MEC, the reason why GGDA, we did not ask who's the CFO because we know you. I think you can agree with us that it's first time that you are appearing before us. So that's why we asked who's the CFO, because I know that you've recently started. Maybe if you could have given us a background as to why you are presenting. Because I don't know mahala. So I know o deployile sister out to se because ke gone to understand the issues wa bona re tla eng ka yo mara if not awa ntate o tla tsaya maiki o ipuellela ke re wa gola go ya fela.
And as indicated, our CFO is pretty new on the block, so I'm assisting him in that regard. I'm very happy to assist at any time. As I was saying, the programs that we have within our ECD department are rolled out specifically into our areas that the community require us. As we'd spoken about earlier and what Toivo had spoken about, we did the stadium down the road where we opened that last year. So we are very cognizant of the fact that we need to uplift the communities, we need to look at our schools, and we need to look at how we roll those programs out, and we give you our dedication that we are definitely addressing that. Thank you, Chair.
Who's driving it? Huh? Are you driving it? No, you can drive it. I'll speak, huh?
No, that's fine, because I want you to...
Oh, you can drive it?
No, it's fine.
I'm still doing finances, huh?
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
fine. I thought
So you can sit and drive it. I'm fine.
No, I don't want you to... No, it's fine.
Oh, you want to drive it?
CEO Cradle of Humankind. Re shapa ke nako mara wena ke a itse o tla kgona go shapa.
Okay.
Chucks. But yeah, CFO, you can quick.
Dumisani Dlamini. Joined GGB about 7 weeks ago, and I'm very pleased to present to the Portfolio Committee as well as to be accountable to the community. I'm going to give you a snapshot of our financials, both year to date as well as the quarter. GGB collects about approximately 1 billion, and that money doesn't go to the National Revenue Fund, but it goes to provincial to be able to develop communities like the province, followed by the TAP as well as the bookmakers for about 247 members. It's slightly, but we're very pleased to indicate that we are seeing a collection have actually grown by 28%, which we are extremely proud of. Now, if you look at our budget, it indicates that we're supposed to have collected about 880 money that is allocated to GGB, and part of it goes back to development. The CEO has actually committed me while I was sitting there to indicate that he wants to see some sport development. I'm very pleased to indicate to you as a community that this morning I've signed off on the 10 million. for the sports development and to contribute towards Combi Court and some of the stadium. And I know that it's allocated to 5 schools. And I'm very pleased that probably that one of the schools, it could be from this community. So you can see that there's some work that is happening, and we'll be as an organization processing more requests to make sure that you directly benefit as community from what our organization is doing in terms of performance. I want to conclude by indicating on expenditure that we are currently on track with our expenditure, sitting at 70% on human resources. And in terms of administrative, we are slightly behind, in particularly board remuneration. But the areas that we really need to improve as an institution, it's in goods and services. There's a number of programs, including issues of bursaries, responsible gambling. Those are the areas where we believe we can actually improve in terms of our expenditure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, GGB. Marwana ka itse. See you. Marwana ka itse ka pelenyana. Tswara. Tswara. Our Baba is not going to present for GTA. Ne? You can. Hey, Baba can take 3 hours. Yo. Oh, yeah, please. Hey, Baba. Yeah. Hey, that man is very passionate. Yeah. He will take us for 3 hours. Hey. At the back. I'm told it's Kredlin. Come over. I can't bonus so he showed you. You wrote here, Kredlin. Let me see. No performance bonus. Tap. You wrote here, Cradle of Humankind. Yeah, I was saying Cradle of Humankind, but I was just saying, I know that it's not going to be long, as GTA prepare themselves. But I said, Baba must not present, it was 3 hours. Yeah, Cradle.
Dear Chairperson, our MEC, honorable members, Dumelang community. My name is Matthew Sateke, Mateu Gaswana. Just getting straight to the point, let's get to the 3rd slide. Just to say that we had 6 targets, 4 have been achieved. Oh. I thought it's operated there, sorry. It's okay because I have to speak quickly. So I'll just speak to my presentation. Members have received it. Ke tlo leka ka matla to get down so that I don't get technical. We had 6 targets. 4 targets have been achieved. 1 target is partially achieved. The main target that is partially achieved, sorry, I come from, I represent Cradle and the Nokeng project as CEO. Just to say that on the partial target that we have achieved, there is a process in the Nokeng that we are undertaking, which we call a declaration of protected area, meaning Kodinokeng, Game Reserve. For us to make sure that we don't run any funny business in the game reserve, it has to be declared a protected area. Now, declaring it a protected area, o tshwantse make sure hore you survey, which is the target for the 3rd quarter. You survey the property tse di leng mola, able to complete the exercise by the end of the 4th quarter. So that is one project that is outstanding. One of the projects that are outstanding is community beneficiation project, where in the cradle of humankind, we are supposed to provide community with the bikes to patrol and so on, so that is a form of creating jobs. We got delayed because when we asked for quotations, consulted those that submitted, requested for more money. So we had to wait for November during the budget adjustment so that we can get more money to address and complete the project. However, it will be projected. In terms of expenditure, Chairperson, we are at 75%, but I think I must also explain following netlokofetse e jile byang bo sen right. A ke tsebe gore ka Setswana nka e bya yang. Ke eng? Okay, thank you for that. So that animal died. After it died, other animals, I think not a jackal, it's something else, ate the carcass of that, and that animal also died, and 100 birds died in Kruger National Park. Ke ka mokgwa o re ira mosebetsi o botlhokwa ro bitsa natural resource management in the game reserve, so that we employ people to make sure that ba lebella bjaibo, because if our animals can die in the game reserve, we will have a problem of having the big 5 game reserve. That is part of the work that we do. In Maruping, in short, we call it cradle of humankind. The work that we do, we have employed 100 people in the Erigibitse Museum, we call it Interpretation Center. Rena re tsamaya re botsa lefatshe re tshwere marapo a batho a kgale a more than 2 million years. So we use, re berekisa museum o leng ko Maropeng in the cradle, gore go bane le di visitors, and we tell the whole world, come and see where humankind started. And we show them with the evidence of discoveries that we have. I think I'm trying to explain why we have Maruping, but we continue the work that we do with the 100 jobs that we created. We attract hotels, we attract restaurants whose impact in terms of the work that we do create more jobs. I think, Chair, we are at 67%, and I've just explained the 3 projects that are still outstanding. If there are any questions, I'm sure I'll be able to elaborate. The presentation is there. Ke a leboga ka tlhompho le boikokobetso.
Ke le tshwaetse ke re ene o tlo re quick mare ba bona mashasha o blind because ha we sebe ka di financials o itse 75% or for what are e tlogele
Why today you defending so?
and I hope GTA I hope o tlo re bolela gore o hirile batho.
You said how much? Let me just start by greeting honorable members and chair and honorable MEC and my colleagues, as well as community. So Chair Umpulaile, because Baba is the one who akgonang go bua Setswana. Now I'm a Tsonga girl from Limpopo. My CFO is Zulu. My head of tourism support, Kim Xhosa from Eastern Cape. So, ke mathata. But then I'm not going to take time. Ke tlo latella the guidance, chair, and go straight to areas where we didn't perform. As the GTA, Nerenality targets say 11, we managed to achieve 9 of those targets. But the 2 targets that we didn't meet, Che, the key targets that relate to communities. And it has to do with jobs, temporary jobs, and job opportunities that we've created through our tourism project. So the reason why we submitted these two targets, Chair and honorable members, it's a technical thing. It's technical, but also we've got a good explanation of why we haven't met these two targets. So the first one is number of people employed through Working for Tourism program over the MTF. So Working for Tourism program, that's where we create misebetsi for, for communities to assist us to clean the precincts tsa tourism, but also areas which require people to make sure that the tourists haditla, they're safe. So we couldn't meet that target. The reason was that we were quite late ka procurement, but we've learned, we're now on procurement. We're hoping that by end of February, we would have employed community members to help us clean those community precincts and make sure that our tourism precincts did clean and safe for communities and tourists. The second one is around number of temporary jobs. The GTA, we partner with the events organizers in the province. So events organizers, usually they will bring events into the destination in Gauteng. So what we will do, Runa, as GTA, we will work with the events organizers to say, if we are staging an event in Gauteng, we've got to make sure for the SMEs that are coming from our townships, we've got to make sure that we've got misebetsi for people who are coming from townships. It doesn't matter whether that event is happening in Sentin or Midrand or any other place that is urban. What we do is we foster that event organizer for ahire batho ba tswang ko the communities. How do we do that? Re bereka le di regions. So my Eastern Cape colleague, the head of tourism support, is the one who assists us go bereka le di regions as well as municipalities, local government, so that they can give us those lists of people who are unemployed but are trained properly to assist us. Chair, what are some of the opportunities in the tourism industry, particularly for the communities? So one of the things that we're doing is we've got to make sure that we're trainer. Why do we train? It's not just training. How do the tourism industry? How do the skills? So a lot of debates around is who gets employed in the tourism industry. So our role to train the tour guides. So Ntate Matthew earlier on was talking about how tour guides tell the story about Cradle. So Runa as the GTA through a functioning Runa tourism support, retrainer young people, youth, black women to be tour guides. Register on our database. We make sure they comply to be tour guides, in the country. And what we do, we give them, various trainings, and we link them to product. Product is maruping. So maruping, retrain this number of people go committing 18, so that at least, when they want to hire tour guides, we know that, we have trained. The other thing, honorable members, chair and community, as a GTA, we have been given the responsibility to manage a school, a hotel school. This school is not based here. Iko Harankua Kotwan. But we felt because scholars say, Kisarona, we have to use it to train communities even outside Harankua. So what we're doing, Harankua Hotel School, retrainer the chefs, retrainer the baristas, retrainer the hotels and lodges for room attendants. So what happens is after we've trained them, we work with a body cat seater so that we're able to look for businesses to absorb them, for the learnerships, working with the seaters. So that's an opportunity from our side. The other thing, Honorable Chair, MEC and members, the community, is around SME development. I think earlier on we're talking about the events. So one of the things Ertlo Yetsang as GTA is Ertlo incubated event organizers, so that we make sure that our people in the communities who are organizing smaller events, they are able to conceptualize the events so that these events can be hosted by the communities. So it's very clear that the mandate from the province is very clear. The events which are happening in the community. So as a GTA, we'll be going around all the regions, training event organizers, the tour operators, those that package the tours for tourists, But the other thing is conference organizers. So a venue like this could be, turned into a conference. So it's communities so that we're able to build that capabilities for that. The other thing that we're doing is currently ringa stock of what are the venues that we have in townships, because we've been given a mandate to say, push events into the townships. So what we're doing is, ritlonka, stock of what are the venues that we have in townships, the stadium, the community halls, so that we have a database of those venues, so that when event organizers come, but it's at the events, already we can give them a sense of what is the infrastructure that exists in our communities. And lastly, Chair, Baba, which I must encourage everyone to travel their backyards. And there are a lot of opportunities. If you live around these communities, we've got mining areas where we have to start, exploring, mining tourism. I can give example like Go Kalinen Renali mine, and there Bakono is the tour, live tours go mining. So these are the opportunities that exist, in this community as well. The other thing that we are working with the region and the local tourism authority is the assets that tourism, upgrade and maintenance. So we're working with local tourism authorities to ensure that retro upgrade are cleaner. We don't have enough money, but we're hoping that when we do that, we'll start encouraging other functionaries to come on board. These township properties. But also lastly, Chair, honorable members, is the opportunities around the creative industry, where we're looking for people to work with content development. The content development basically is it's about a story about Gauteng, about our communities, what is happening, why should they come. So we're going to take the work that is happening in Godi community, and we're able to put it on digital platforms so that people can, all over the world, can buy the merchandising. So I'll stop there, Chair. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to call my CFO, who will speak in English, she's Zulu, to just take you through the finances. She said I must Mbals.
Member Malema?
No, if Setswana o sa se itse o sa se bua, because recently ke bone ntate o mongwe a bala Bible ka Setswana a re just
Good afternoon, Chairperson, committee members, MEC, the HOD, and the members of the community. My name is Mbali. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. Chair, I'll take on from what Doivo mentioned for the GTA. You will note that our performance has been quite exceptional in the first 3 quarters of the year, in particular the 3rd quarter. What we did through the leadership of the CEO, we implemented an aggressive catch-up plan, because we noticed that in the 1st quarter and the 2nd quarter we were lagging behind. And that's why in our 3rd quarter, Chair, we've actually exceeded almost every single target, every financial target. We have spent 134% of our 3rd quarter target. It's not because we're spending money recklessly, but because we're doing a catch-up plan on the underspending we had in the 1st quarter and in the 2nd quarter, Chair. And also the previous reports we've been bringing to the legislature, we've been reporting a lot of challenges around our procurement processes, around our tenders, and I'm happy to report to the committee that now every single tender that we plan to do by this year, we've actually done it now by the end of the 3rd quarter. And that's why our expenditure is so high. We have managed to successfully appoint a company for digital services. We have successfully appointed a company also to do, in fact, it's a panel of companies for our brand and communication strategy for Baba. We are spending money aggressively. And Chair, to respond to the question you asked, the HOD has committed to give us additional money to implement the destination and marketing drive that we are doing, because it's quite aggressive, Chair. So in the 4th quarter, we will definitely over-exceed all our targets, because all our systems are good to go, Chair. We've hosted several events also in the 1st, 2nd, and the 3rd quarter. The big one that we did in the 3rd quarter, it was the National National Tourism Careers Expo. For that project alone, we spent about 9 million. And Chair, the nice thing that we are doing for the communities, when it comes to our spending on designated groups and TEDA, I'm happy to announce, Chair, to the committee that we have exceeded all our targets when it relates to spending on women, spending on youth, and also when it relates to triple BE companies. What we actually do, we go as far as if we are doing a project, let's say in this area, we ask the service providers to give us their municipal bill to so that we can prove that indeed they are based here. Because what we picked up in the past is that we appoint a company, we think they are based here only to find they live in Sentin. So now we insist on the municipal account that shows us exactly where the business is located. And this is going a long way to assist us in our targets for the township economic revitalization and complying with TEDA, because I can prove that the service providers are based here based on their municipal account. Chair, what we did, just on female alone, we spent about 76% on women. Against the target of 30%. On the youth, we spent about 35%. We are leading, Chair, because I'm also the youth, so we make sure we promote the youth. On people with disabilities, we've started what we call an enterprise and supply development drive, where we actively go to the disability associations. So we know the
Chair.
companies.
I knew that Member Mkolo will want to intimidate you. Just proceed.
So in terms of the rules, I can't, when he says I must not speak, I won't continue because he's the chair. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. As indicated, Chair, we have implemented and rolled out an enterprise and supply development program that we are using to give business and to provide market access to people with disabilities. It has gone out very well, especially now in this year where we have intensified on our efforts. And finally, Chair, on our spending on SMMEs and triple BEs, we've also exceeded our target. We have spent 97% of our budget towards SMMEs and triple BEs. So we are not focusing on the businesses that are based in Sentin. We are very clear that we are focusing on previously disadvantaged communities and businesses. I'll stop there, Chair.
CEO, I now understand why you are excelling in GTA. With that CFO and Baba and the king from the Eastern Cape, it seems like you've got a way of picking them up. Eh? They can talk, huh? Tshwane Special Economic Zone. And by the way, CEO, I've heard you talking about the mining sector. DDG wa tseba ma. Re ba le ba ba famous mo. So hey, we must be careful that we work ka di mine ka mathata.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable MEC and honorable members. My name is Bega Zulu. I'm from the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. I'm just going to go and present some of the challenges that we had in our performance. But again, some of the challenges are linked to us being very ambitious in our target and trying to achieve more than what is being set. And part of it, I'm glad to say that in terms of investment for the province, we've exceeded the expectation that was set, and we safely say that we've exceeded our target for investment, which then also leads to some of the achievements that we've achieved. But again, high performance of jobs, which have created a lot of stability in the community, and part of our GOD target, we have made a significant contribution towards that. So also part of the township economy in terms of TIDA, we have made significant contribution towards that and achieving those targets. I'm just gonna go to slide, oh, sorry. In terms of the performance, as you can see, Chair, part of our performance has been other achievements in the jobs, things that feed families and also SMMEs. Part of our achievement has been on some of the inward ambitions as well in terms of our mandate. Part of it has been the revenue collection, and the revenue collection that we've not achieved, it was because of the reliant on the anchor investor giving us a go-ahead in terms of the start of production. As we know, we had tenants that are on site, but part of our pre-lease agreement was stipulating that they will only pay rent when we start producing the new Ford Ranger. So that has also delayed the achievement in Q3 because the date kept on changing, and then we ended up Q3 not being able to achieve. But safe to say in Q4, we're in full force. We are achieving that target because start of production for Ford cars officially, we were given the 15th of November last year as the official start date. So we are going to definitely achieve the target. And again, Chairperson, part of our achievement, and I think I spoke to this earlier, is the township procurement spend, which is sitting at around 40% as opposed to a 45% target, which is well above what the national norm in most communities, which is normally around 30%. So yes, this was an ambitious target, and we're definitely aiming to actually achieve this target in Q4. The last aspect of an achievement is around the common problem that everyone has, electricity supply. We were also ambitious in the sense that we set up a target to have an IPP, and with the deliverables of the IPP, the power that will supply the zone. I think part of our requirement is that we want the zone to be carbon free. So towards our zero carbonization, we set up a target of establishing a power supply. As we all know, Eskom, like us, we're all suffering. And part of our challenge is that we wanted to beef up our performance, our sustainability through this power plant. Little did we know that there's a lot of steps that are involved in the power producing journey. And we learned very late. And I think part of the experience that we've learned is that even the Eskom has not done it properly. The city has not done properly. No one has a successful IPP that have implemented in the country. Yet we wanted to pioneer this. But safe to say, we are in the journey and we are going to complete our project. It's just that we realize that there are a lot of other steps that are involved in the power producing journey. And if I might just highlight for you, Chair, there's a land agreement that needs to be in place. There's a construction schedule that needs to be in place. There's a finance agreement, environmental, NESA project registration, water uses license, water use agreement, and self-building agreement, transmission agreement, and all other agreements that are linked to the power producing. I think some of the challenges that we had, including the Wheeler agreement with the city of Tshwane. So I think that's why our battles were in terms of getting this, because we realized even the city was not ready for us in terms of the connection points, because we needed to connect this to the grid. And the city had its challenges because we were trying to, substantiate or augment the power supply that we needed, because the city cannot provide us with the city that we want, with the power that we want, because they can only give us 16 MVA, and we wanted to go 27 in our first up to 50. So we needed to make this plan. So in our journey, we had a bit of challenges. I think this is what some of our sins and lessons learned that we are able to share with the communities. But safe to say, over and above that, for the communities like this community, part of our plan is to establish an automotive campus where we're going to give us bursaries, where we're going to have skills programs for the province, where we're going to link up to the SETAs. We currently have about 3 SETAs that are in pipeline that are going to be funding us to do skills development. And part of our mandates is to go within the province. So safe to say, some of you will see us next time, also delivering better news of empowering you and skilling some of you in this community. I thank you, Chair.
Gauteng Enterprise Propeller.
Good afternoon to the chairperson, the members of the portfolio committee, and the MEC, and the HOD, and all protocol observed. My name is Nosipo Kongwane. I'm representing the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. I would like to apologize on behalf of our CEO. He couldn't make it on time. He's still trying to get to the venue. If he can, he had traveled and the flight was delayed. As well, I would also like to apologize on behalf of our CFO. She also, the acting CFO, she also fell sick, so she is not around. So in terms of the financial report, apparently it was sent later, the presentation, the revised presentation, so it was not in the presentation that was shared with the committee, but I will cover. For the benefit of those who is an entity of the Department of Economic Development, and also on the non-financial support portfolio, that they require a business when a person start a business until they scale the business and become exporters. So the ultimate goal of the work that we do is to assist the SMMEs in the province to grow and become much more competitive. So I will report by exception as per the guidelines that were out of the 11 indicators that were reported on this on quota trip. We've achieved 61% of those, only 7 of those that have not been achieved, and I will go through each one of those. The first one in the area of program 1 that was underachieved, procurement spent on women-owned businesses. In that, the procurement spent on a basis with us so that our quarter 4 performance can show some improvement. Another area of the business turnaround, and in terms of implementing that project that we've done very well, which is our core business, the percentage of loans that have been committed to businesses that we're supporting, we've actually committed about over 70 million in that particular areas, showing an overperformance of 236%. And also in terms of our disbursement, the loans, the monies that are actually going to the hands of the SME businesses, we've also performed very well at 68%. The area that we didn't do well in the area of our core business is the funding that is performance on our youth fund, which is the funds this instrument that has been developed to support businesses that are owned by youth. Is a blended finance instrument which offered 50% grant and 50% loan. In that area, we started with that instrument in September 2022. And during quarter 3, we performed at 33%, but we also had a large pool of pipeline of applications, which were worth about 44 million. So during quarter 4, we have been pushing those applications in order to achieve that performance. as well. And also under the program, under the program 2 as well, in terms of our business development support, we've actually over exceeded all our target in that particular area. And then another area where we haven't done well under program 4 is rand value of funds leverage from partnerships. We had a target of 200 million for quarter 3, and we achieved 80 million, but year to date we had done over 230 million. In not achieving that target, though we haven't achieved that target, there's quite a lot in the portfolio that of the projects that we've been working on. We are having about 131.4 million pending agreements that we're finalizing during the quarter 4 to make sure that we achieve that particular target. On the collection loan book, our collections, we did very well. We exceeded our target in that area. Also, another area that we didn't do well is the percentage of loans that are committed from SME Partnership Fund. We had a small miss there in that of 6% in that particular area, but that has since been corrected. One of the partnership Emerge has been finalized, and the funds have been recently transferred to them. They will be being able to commit those funds to SMMEs. Under the property fund as well, there was delays due to the delay in the rollover budget confirmation, but in that one we had a corrective measure where we are currently already in quarter 4. In that one we have achieved about 75% of that particular target. In terms of the loans committed from Township Economic Fund, we have actually did very well at 75%. With 300 million of the fund already. Then I will go to we have positions that were acting in the previous quarter, but they have since been filled, like the acting general manager, risk and audit has now been filled, that position, the acting CFO, the appointment of that position as well has progressed quite far as well. Then in terms of the summary of the financial, I'll just give a summary because it wasn't shared, it wasn't received prior to. So in terms of the financial performance, in terms of the programs, as we have program 1, program 2, program 3, program 4, we have actually performed very well on program 1 at 151%, and year to date at 83%. And on program 2, which is our core business, which is the money that we lend to SMMEs, we have overspent and performed at 268%, but that was allowed because we had rollover budget that we were expecting. And also on program 2 as well, the achievement was at 132% because of the rollover budget. But overall, the organization has performed at 89% achievement in terms of financial performance. And also just on the economic classification, in terms of employee compensation, we were at 98%.
Don't go there, don't go there. I know bare moja marago ke kgosi. Wana ka rana wa tlo kgarela yana. I think we are okay.
So overall, we performed at 89% as an entity in terms of our financial expenditure for the year. Thank you, Chair.
You must move from Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, you must go to GTA. Now, thank you very much, MEC, for your departmental presentation as well as the agencies. Honorable members, let me start with Honorable Badenhorst.
Chair, there's a lot of stuff here that I want to ask, but Chair, do you listen? Yes, I'm here. Don't let people distract you. The MC must wait for a turn. Chair, there's a lot of things that I need to ask, but as I've listened to the presentation of this morning and the presentation...
Can you hear? Come close.
Ek moet seker my mond teen sit en sê hulle hoor. Chair, you know what? The presentations that we listened to this morning and the presentations that we got today doesn't add up. And somewhere, somehow, people are lying. And I need to say, Chair, people mustn't come here and take us and undermine us, actually, because most of the things that they said today are lies. They mustn't undermine us. They mustn't undermine us, Chair. They must get the house in order and then come and say, listen, you people, this is the right stuff that we brought here. They mustn't bring stuff here and think we are stupid. We're not stupid here. Thank you, Chair.
Member Mukwebo.
Thanks, Chair. I don't normally subscribe to people who clap hands after I speak because it's a sign which is not correct. Once you start from the first one, you must do it until the last. So, Chair, I'm going to be very short because in the morning we got our own analysis, but we wanted to hear what are we going to get today here from the agencies. It's true, we must commend GTA, the work which they are doing. We are proud to have you in the province. You can read their report. They are doing well. And GGB, they are doing well, even themselves. But they want to reduce now in this quarter because they didn't reach the target. So they just got a new CFO. That's why I wanted to see you, my brother. I want to know people I work with so that they can know me. So it was not some sort of, but I told the chair here, while we were presenting here, I saw a confident man who knows his story. We are going to go far with you in this department. So I applaud MEC for giving us such a confident man, which I saw here in front. But it must translate to the results. Now, Tswane, the one was presenting here, what Tswane? We did an oversight because me with Chairperson William Machek, we've got privilege. We serve in another committee called OCPOL, where the Premier accounts to us. We went to the place you are working there. But when you jump the street, there is colored area place called Yesteres. We went there ourselves and we met the community there. They are not benefiting on what you are doing there. It's like you went there for Mamelodi side. And now we want to bring race on it. Want to bring results on what you are going to give our people, like GGB committing in front of us. They must not think when they say in front of us and then you clap hands, it's done. It's not done. We are going to come and do our unannounced oversight and check whether was it implemented or not. But it's a good sign of leadership who can take decisions and say this one we want to do for our people. You know, Honorable Macheke and my chairperson always say, us who are sitting in front here, we enter by hand and get removed by hand. So the hand which put us in 2019 was for us to fight for service delivery for the community of people of Gauteng. That's all. And that hand, we are going to come again and look for that hand next year so that let us hammer bueno. Arena as a qualification, ke matso fela, lo chisa matire. So the last thing which I want to share, Chair, is I think we'll, MEC and the Chair, I think we must have enough time to, you know, I served in this committee before I left when the MEC was Sputla Ramhope. And then I left because of this arrangement. And then because where I'm in charge and come back again. Because I've got passion of economic development. Now, Chair, I'm seeing this thing is repeating itself. We are not giving us enough time to each and every agency, whereby we can spend enough time speaking about Maruping or speaking about GGD or GTA or gambling board. Then we speak, you know, reading Seka Ofela, Rebe Monati. We are always in rush of a time and bringing them at once and Balbangat. So I think in the next new financial year, let's try to squeeze them in our committees. When we do oversight, we bring another entity. Then we do like that so that we can give justice to our people of Gauteng. Other than that, HOD and your team, it's not all about we are fighting. It's all about what we are here for, all of us. So if all of us, we can have that mentality of building one Gauteng and make sure that the budget which we allocate to all entities, we account for. Because on Monday, we're going to State of the Province address. So when the Premier starts to say, then I will say point of order. And then I name one entity of economic development,
I'll name it,
which I know deserve embarrassment of the Premier. So in the other way around, I'll be dealing with you as a HOD, but I will be dealing with the facts. Thanks, Chair.
No offense, Member Mukwebo. Rest assured, HOD, we do share notes with our colleagues at the National Assembly. So I know Member Mukwebo knows what happened to his CIC. Member Malema?
Thank you once again, Honorable Chair. And allow me to basically start by welcoming all the presentations made in this house here. Honorable MEC is very much encouraging because in the quarter under review, it shows that there are some recoveries that are made that were recorded by the departments and the entities there. We really appreciate the very progressive concerted efforts that are being made by both the department and the entities under the department. Having said that, and having noted the statement made by the product of anarchy, that when the Premier will be saying, then we'll say point of order, we will be there, we'll be together there, Honorable Mkwebo, to assist you in making sure that people behave themselves there. Is it Let me start with GGB, Gauteng Gambling Board there. It's very progressive to note that you said you have, is it stemming from the CFO that you have just signed off 10 million rand aimed for the combi codes, am I right? We really appreciate that. I think it's a very progressive move. If you were not disciplined enough, you would have applauded yourselves for that. You said something, I think it's under Mbele, you said something that about 189 of the 194 with regard to, I think it's supplier payments. You said received within 15 days. Does that imply to mean that these are the invoices that were paid within 15 days? Because in your presentation, you're saying they were received within 15 days. So I would want to assume that it was just a material honest mistake on your part. Actually, you wanted to say they were paid within 15 days upon the date of receipt thereof. Am I correct, Chair? Through you, Chair. I want to. I want to hope that that's basically what they wanted. They actually wanted to say there. On the community beneficiations projects, I think you need to, if better is possible, obviously good is not enough. There are some failures there, and would expect you that going forward, perhaps in the pertinent quarter, you would do better, because I think it's very, very much important. Coupled with that, it should be job creation. So would expect you to improve on that one. The GTA, Gauteng Tourism Agency. Are we referring to decent jobs? And perhaps, and we've noted the reasons why you did not achieve on that specification, on that target. Lastly, under GTA, you have made mention of training of the blind people, and I don't know why is that limited to people who are blind as opposed to broadly people living with disability, accommodating even that kind of a discrimination. Perhaps it's a fake discrimination, we don't know, but it can only be understood based on the rationale that you would assist us with. Other than that, Honorable Chair, I want to applaud the department, the entities. We can see that there is a progress that has been recorded. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. No, I think MEC, you are aware that Chair was the Chair of catering today, and she did extremely well. I'm going to write a report to the Secretary to the Legislature.
I'll second it.
To allocate part of the 3 million, Member Mkwebu, for the payment of services rendered. That was on a lighter note, Chair of Chairs. I know I might find myself being an ordinary member if I'm not careful. I'm playing on thin ice. Let me also welcome the presentation. MEC and HOD and CEOs. Just few issues, and normally I say few issues and I take 2 hours, so you'll bear with me. Just on your Bafetu. Gents, please. Yeah. Just on we are going to get your inputs, don't worry. They are not going to respond before you make comments, don't worry. We are going to get you to comment. That's how we run processes in the legislature. Members, they take the first bite. Just on your economic planning, HOD, I don't know whether this specific target you are, the first quarter, I mean, you were sitting at 1 point, now you were sitting at around 9,000. I don't think you really applied your mind. Maybe in the next financial year, so that you don't overcommit yourself. Go and relook at that target. Because to me, once the first quarter 1 point something or whatever, then the second one 5 point something, the third quarter 9,000, you are not even able to achieve your quarterly targets, let alone your annual target. So you need to go and revisit that. And also what I picked up, there is a disjuncture between your expenditure, your financial expenditure, and your achievements of targets. There's no correlation between the two. For an example, you've got a target of 24 quarterly targets. You achieve 12, but you spend over 70 plus percent. It does not make sense. But not only in the department itself, also in agencies. GIDZ, 1 out of 4 targets met, 86% spent. If we're in the first quarter, I was going to say it possibly might be making sense because of you might have accruals from the previous financial year, but we are dealing with the third quarter. It really does not make sense to me why your expenditure is higher, but your targets, you are not achieving them, or they are lower. And sadly, much as other members would have congratulated GGB and others for job well done, but this quarter around you regressed. Cradle of Humankind and GGB, you did well in the second quarter. The third quarter, you did not do well. In fact, all entities you regressed in the current quarter as compared to the previous quarters. And let me see, it might have been also due to the instabilities that were there, especially as it relates to GGB. Now that you've got an acting CEO, you've got a CFO, maybe the center will hold this so that we don't have an entity regressing instead of progressing. Then under Cornhill Visitor Center, so that we avoid what we've seen in Maropeng, HOD and MEC. Maybe in the next quarterly reports that you come before the committee, just give us a breakdown on these 10,000 odd visitors that have been to Cornhill. How much in rents and cents they've brought into the department. I'm raising this deliberately so that we avoid what we've seen in Maropeng. I think you know what I'm making reference to. Until you went there, DDG, and you took charge to stabilize. But I'm saying we don't want a situation where when we get to Cornhill, the same situation that we've seen in Maropeng of 5 years of no financial statements. And we must be able to get, there's also revenue stream from your, is it stores, whatever on GGB, when we know that you've got these other agencies that are generating income, and we don't know what happens to that income. Like I said, it must be broken down. Like what we are expecting in Maropeng must also happen in, we must not get a general as to Cornhill. Then
There's an issue of the VAL SEZ. We've seen that when you were presenting, you make mention of a fence. And this morning when we received a research analysis from our researchers, we got worried. Because in the report, you highlighted that you are in the process of procuring a fence, but in the same explanation, you are also speaking of environmental impact assessment. Now, with my very little knowledge that I have, especially as it relates to construction, MEC, why would you construct a fence whilst you are busy doing an environmental impact assessment? What if the environmental assessment comes up with something that will tell you about, you are in Kutsong, you can't build anything. It's a sinkhole. But we've erected a fence of 8 million. Are you going to advertise for another service provider to now come and pick up the fence and go and construct that fence somewhere else? Let's be careful that we don't end up with wasteful expenditure. Because I'm worried there, because I saw a fence and hey, I said, I said, so where the fence is? But second to what I'm raising, I don't know how you prioritize MEC, and maybe you'll explain to us. Western Special Economic Zone, in the previous reports, there was an indication that by the 1st of November, there will be people who will be employed. Then you've got the VAL Special Economic Zone. Here you are building fences, you are doing whatever, environmental impact, but you are not telling us whether people are being employed or what. Why Resta using the same principle? If we are serious about the two special economic zone, why Resta Hiribato in the two SEZs at the same time? Because to me it will be like, but it seems like focus is here on the Western, but you also have the VAL, but you are not hiring people. It does not, to me, it does not really make sense. And maybe for future reference, when you come to the people of the Western, so that but home Western, the basa feel like the fellow travelers. Because na feel I mean, DDG was more Western than Gaiti Brian. I want that traffic young Gauteng. Let no Mutokaka. Hoyagua, I want traffic in Mako. Kilobuta Nita, Ariagua, Kilona Tolena complain, hey, there's traffic, Ronar driving to the CBD out. You know why it's not traffic? You know why it's not traffic? Because the people of the Western are not employed. This is not traffic. So I'm raising this so that HOD and MEC, we must not have a situation where we are saying, no, November we've employed X amount of people in the Western Special Economic Zone. The project manager is from Tshwane. Who's stationed into two areas, into two hubs. We don't want that situation. The people of the Western, they deserve to be employed. So we must do it in that way, so that when we say employee, we know at least man, like 2 out of 10, at least you are starting some way. But if we are serious about job creation and we are saying this SEZ is about saving the people of the Western, let's employ people from the Western. Leko Valley, let's do the same. And then GTA lastly, so that I allow our GTA. Fairly well, fairly good. You are looking great, I agree. Marala Piles Hoam, I see you. English and tapis. In future, Artam Western, there were calls for submission. We received X amount of companies. we funded X amount of companies, and these are the companies. You are not hiding anything. Agree, CEO. You tsa rona di mo phaphatla di mo la re keng. Hey, wa bona tswana le wena. Yeah? Temfo, they are open. So that tomorrow, CEO, we must not have a situation where you get accused or there are certain companies that you are favoring. And when you reject an application, the least that you can do is to write to William and say, William, we reject you on this basis. In future, when you resubmit, improve on 1, 2, 3. So that we don't see a situation where continuously one company gets funding and others they don't get funding. Because re suspect mara mo ka re go na le mishika-shikanyana e tsagalang, wa bona? But most importantly, I mean, there's this thing, MEC, that you are ignoring. And I can't nag it to go sports because in affect ka. I can resolve into your bidding and hosting, MEC. You are let's Gauteng in an embarrassment. SGTA. Let's an embarrassment. I agree we are people of sports. Lanterna le mekaba let's say di tona le tlhotse di tona yana. Mara batho ba sports. O ska mpotsa, I mean, ke itse DDG na dlala boxing. Ankare wa shapa ntato le tlore ke maka. Wa betsa ntato. Le nna sampona ka ntho yana ka mo kgweleng o ka se mmaki. Ke blinditse ke na le mokaba so. So re batho ba sports, it hurts us hore when you switch on your TV. Everything now is moving away from Gauteng. Everything. And we are saying we are the world of, I mean, we are the home of champions. We are saying we are promoting destination Gauteng. But we are sitting with a bidding and hosting that we have not done anything for the past 3 financial years. Nothing, you are not doing anything there. The MICE activities, they are now happening in the Western Cape and KZN. We will never be able to create these jobs that you're supposed to be creating. We might not be putting blame on you, but we are raising this with the MEC. Please, politically, they need to address this issue. We can't continuously have a situation where the bidding and hosting, now and then when we ask about it, we get excuses as to why we are not moving in those issues. A number of big conference facilities, people are being retrenched. It's because they are not attracting investors. They are not attracting conferences and exhibitions to come there. Because we are saying we are destination Gauteng, but we are not making the environment to be conducive for them to be able to deal with those issues. And then your overall targets, MEC, I think you can do better. Honestly speaking, you know, if before I was redeployed here, I say politics, time I redeploy. I say politics, I politics. People used to say, hey, economic development, it's a high volume committee. Hey, complain. I want a high volume. Until my first meeting when I was with you and HOD, it was Santene. Hey, I wanted to cry. I wanted to literally cry. But how did I allow myself to disabuse? Because you spend almost 8 hours with English in this committee. English is better. But I'm agriculture and you can't have overall targets of 91 MEC. With so many agencies and the department again, 91. I'm saying for your target, your quarterly target. I mean overall, it can be. There's a lot that we can do. Out of the department and all these agencies. If we need to expand, the unfortunate part, I was going to use a wrong word. I'm not going to do it because my friend's on my right, but I will reserve it for some other time. But I'm saying our overall targets, let's look at them I know there's an issue of APPs that you've already dealt with, and I'm hopeful, HOD, that you will have realized that there's a lot that we need to do as Department of Economic Development. If we are serious about growing the economy or sustaining the economy and creating sustainable jobs. I mean, the targets are, according to me, they are very low. If okay, it's a metro, was school, 91, what it divided into all the agencies and the department that we have. Just something else. There is only the agencies that are 4 targets for a quarter. It can't be. And with the amount of money that we are spending. And lastly, MEC, target not achieved. Compensation of employees, 97%. Eh? By pattern. What is that decision? Yeah, the political party di tlisa ba le bana ba lonela dijo ba sa bale ra balanyana gona le mabokonyana mo rona re thuse re gone go le thusa le lona a ke bua nnete braya ka re pele ne re no tlisa ba le ba re janeng hantse le present ile ba go bolela HOD fetsa ka pele re ba tlo loja go tlile batho ba ba balanyana ra bala rona so we can be able to pick up primary. Yeah, I'm just saying it, Chair of Chairs, without any malicious intent. So I'm just pleading with yourselves, so that tomorrow we don't accuse each other. Our focus is more on us getting paid than dealing with issues of service delivery. Because like all members would have indicated, check out indeed you are servicing our people. Because I'm repeating it and MEC, lastly, we can't have this Gauteng Film Commission. Gauteng Film Commission, MEC. If people want to act, MEC Morakan, you can Gauteng Film Commission by law act. This thing acting, it must come to an end. People must be employed, there must be we must not have a situation where you get Gauteng Enterprise propel, and then at least the presenter try to clarify for no more removal. Maraka Shava slide the sale. Nesiba acting manager, acting senior manager, acting. We don't want that situation. Let's appoint people, capable people to fill those positions so that we are able to the agencies that are stability. So that it's our actor na sharp Spanish or sharp flash of CFO. Because I will sharp at and you are via. So then I better have clash because I want stability. Job stability are very important. So let's address these issues of 18. Thank you so much. I know but I'm going to allow you. I agree stakeholders are on respect the way really respect and it's first time you want the stakeholders you can the whole day like so when you speak I'm not going to limit you but please I'm pleading with you remember once you make an input the department must also respond to your inputs and must also respond to what members will have made input on. So limit your, start with you, my brother. Because you'll stop Pagela and you've been consistent. 4, my brother, you'll be number 5. My brother, you'll be number 6. No, okay, go tagam. Retire 6 cents, so 3 minutes we manage a capin.
I'm from the industry of security. To tangoreng re me fa re tlile fa fanda ga fa re khotlheletse re batla go bua le lona. It's because of the cruelty of the leadership. Leadership, after we voting for you, putting you there, you become a leadership who are very cruel. Leadership, for an example, when I'm saying leadership, they are very cruel. You will find that, for an example, the security company of Mabotwana or of Mavuko, it's repeating itself on the same department of government, repeating itself on the same municipality. And as you go through the country, you'll find Mafoko, you'll find Mabotwana, even in Durban, even in Northwest, even in Limpopo. When you sit down and do the investigation of why we, the local people, are not getting employed with our companies of security. Whose company is this? Who's pursuing this company to go through the whole country? No, this company belongs to Paul Mashatile and Kwedemantashe. Yes. Why? That's why I'm saying, leadership, you are very cruel. After we voting for you, putting you there, you don't care about us. Why can't, if leadership, you have eaten with your company, give us chance sometimes so that we can submit our companies to grow. We're talking economic development today. When are we going to grow, we, the small companies? I've got a company of security. In this project of Denhlome, I've been sitting here day by day before the establishment of the site construction, waiting for me to be appointed as the company of security. When on the salting of the soil, there comes a company of security from Pretoria, TDP. It's still here. If we do the research investigation, this company is giving something so that the people who are allocating the companies here must even extend their guards. This TDP is from Pretoria. When they see that we are doing investigation about them, they extended to come to be in Rodiport. When they see that we have known that they are in Rodiport, open the other office in Rodiport, they are squatting with Mabotwana here in town in Randfontein, so that when we complain, they will say, no, we from local also. Why is that happening? When are we going to grow with the local companies? Right now, most of the companies that are working here in this project, they're from Pretoria, all of them, most of them. Yesterday, the sewer is starting here. The main contractor is from Pretoria. He said to me, okay, I'm going to take your security company. What rate how are you going to charge me? When I put the rates on the table, he say, no. I'm not going to charge you according to SIRA because I know you can't pay it. He said, no, bring me SIRA rates, let me see. I brought the SIRA rates to him. He said, no, these rates are for someone who are employed permanently in a security. I said, now, he's not employed permanently here. He's a contractor. But he's getting round about 43 million. He's going to spend only 1.5 million and take the rest back to Pretoria. Economic development. How are you going to complain? When you complain, he's not going to appoint you, your company. I'm not done. I'm not done. Economic development. You'll try by all means to make all the papers, all the documents to be up to date of your company. Whereas your company is not operating anywhere, it's not having any income, but you'll make sure that all the requirements, you are meeting them. But year by year, it's Mabotwana, it's Mafoko. It's Mabotwana, it's Mafoko. Here comes another issue. I've got a training academy of security also. I'm willing to train young people not only in security. I'm willing for my company to be accredited. I will take something like 6 years fighting for the accreditation of my company so that I can get funding, so that I can be able to train young people in different skills. I'll take more than 6 years to fight for the accreditation of my company. But here comes a Zimbabwean. Most of the Zimbabweans have opened their schools here in the main reef road. The training, he's not going to suffer of opening a training of anything, a foreigner. You will just do the application now. His application will be given a first preference. I don't know how. How are we going to be developed? We, the people of South Africa, we, the people of local. Tell us leadership. That is why I'm saying, you, my leader, it seems you are reading my heart.
As you conclude.
Yes, as I'm concluding now. You'll be giving them Jaeli security company. If you do the investigation of Mjaeli, the owner of Mjaeli is from Zimbabwe. But I cannot be given any opportunity, even give me for 5 guards to submit in the municipality of Randfontein. But when you drive from here, you will see even Mjaeli, even in Vryburg. But the owner of security company of Mjaeli is from Zimbabwe. When are we going to develop us? If I'll go and do the research of the performance of those companies, you will find that the cable this night, 2 o'clock in the morning, I was chasing some other people who are stealing cable. I can go and show you now. I chased them. They've digged the cable. When we talk to the municipality or to the councillor, can you place my guard from this side, because I can see the companies that are rendering the service here, they don't care. When we stay without electricity, they don't care. I was asking them, Jaeli, one day, here in town, in front of where I'm passing every day, it's a substation of electricity of municipality. It's vandalized. I'm staying right in opposite. It's vandalized. I'm the one who's taking care of that. But when I go to you became a hobo. I don't care. I don't like hobos, because you are a hobo not by mistake. So you'll ask the councillor, take out these hobos here. These people, when they're sitting here, they dig the cable, they take the cable out. Or place my guard in this space. No, it's Mjaeli who's guarding here, who's providing services here.
Thank you. Before number 2, HOD and officials, you'll understand that being a politician is not a very easy job. Ne? You understand that? Yeah, so just hang in there. It's tough being a politician, especially during this time. So just hang in there. We understand you've been here for some time, but we'll conclude. Number 2.
Sanbonan, my name is Andres Dandi. I'm a chairperson of Randwest Arts Council. I've got some other points that I alluded in terms of our sector, which is arts. I just want to make, firstly, a clarification, or in fact a recommendation. Please don't divide us. This is one sector now. It's no more sports. It's sports, arts, and culture and recreation. So when you come here and identify, no, we saw a spot of saying sports facilities doing what and what. Don't forget the arts also. We need something. I hear there's the people who came and said they identified that there's no sports facilities. Please, on also arts department, we also need something. Again, when I go down, when I hear the presentation in terms of Maroping, I will say it, I will ask, can you do this favor because of the artists that also welcome people when they are visiting or tourism? Can you also accommodate our artists here as the whole West Rand and change them? At least in communication and economy. Other people need their job now, but they need to be working on that side. And again, as other industries, I'll go back to gambling. Gambling, we need you on the community. We want to know what is your role as a gambling board in the community. Let's not wait for a legislator to come and call you. We need to see you, and we can know if you apply in the gambling board, what is the resource that you are coming with. Then I can say, okay, these are the things. Because of as Arts Council, we came with a program. The program is the crafters, because crafters, they don't have a platform to go and sell. What we did, we go to the malls now. The mall will go to a mall and make an event to a mall, one of our mall in the West Rand. We spoke to Mpakati Mall. They are willing to help us. So we're going to make stalls for all the crafters who are into West Rand. In fact, let me say like we in Mpakati is in Muhlakeng. Then we know that, okay, we're going to concentrate on Muhlakeng crafters. Then we know that we're going to have that database and helping people because of we need to sell those, things that they're doing, those crafters. So we're building a platform for them. After all, we need to go to other malls which are big. Then all the people from around, whereby we collected the database, it's where we're going to make a big stage and say, okay, here are our crafters. What are you going to do, miners? What are you doing, Maroping? What are you doing, what? Then you can come to us and say, okay, this is what we're doing. As Arts Council, our aim is for you people to make easy for you as to come and say, okay, if you need a database, come to us. We have a Western Area Arts Council, we have Mohale Arts Forum. So there is a forum. So when people saying there's no artist, it's not that. We are artists and we want also to be paid. We have also a financial statement that we need to submit. I thank you.
Number 3.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sidiso Nyamati. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm also from the space in Randfontein. First and foremost, Chair, I just want to raise a serious concern around the procurement, especially on this particular event. Comrade Chair, in future, if you are coming to our space, you must procure from our people. The catering that was happening this site, it was not from our space. So in future, Comrade Chair, the caterer must be from our space. And I think we've been saying it and we are still saying it at that particular point. That's the first point. The second point, Comrade Chair, is in relation to the non-performance on the general report that was presented here. I was concerned, especially on the value distributed to township enterprises from the infrastructure projects. So the target was 30%, and we only managed to achieve only 10%, which is 3.4. Comrade Chair, that is not acceptable, Chair. The people are not employed. We are also entrepreneurs who are looking for the jobs. But if the department cannot achieve their target while we are still not having the jobs, so that to me is not acceptable. And I'll ask you as the Chair and also the MEC to look at that particular point. Then the second one, percentage on budget spent on the skill development, the target was 1.5. Initially, what was happening on the 70% part of it, they used to give us some jobs. But currently, what is happening, they are now going direct to our employees. I'm an entrepreneur, but the people who are working for me, these main contractors, they are now going to my people and employing them on a daily rate.
So they are cutting the entrepreneurs. So MEC, Comrade Chair, we also want you to intervene, especially because we know that you are the custodian of this particular project, so that also as the entrepreneurs on the space, you also benefit on all this particular project. Thank you, Comrade Chair, and the MEC.
Number four.
Dumelang. Nna ke nna Bafana Ngubeni, ke kopa ke tlo bua sekgowa le tla intshwarela. Nna ke moduli wa Modern Tlhokomelo Entrepreneur le nna. Nna ke na le problem le di-entity tsa rona tse di tlileng ka jeko fa. Di-entity tsa rona di bua ka basadi too much. E le go rona banna re na mathata. Especially being a black man, re ke bua sekgowa go ba nkutlwe makgowa. What I'm saying is the entities that came here today, you only stress about women. You don't say nothing about us men. We also suffer. We go to prison for nothing. We're being killed by our same brothers. And now you are denying us opportunities. And then now, that's the time I'm willing for the company. I'm a photographer. I own most of the equipment here, but our company is not hired here. Thank you.
Number 5. Don't worry, HOD. Others are directed to us. Don't worry. Respond to yours. Others are directed. Catering and stuff. It's not your field. It's our issue. Number 5.
Good evening, everybody. My question was actually directed. One of the speakers did cover part of my questioning. Was directed to GP. As they have mentioned that they are standing on a backlog. Is there a system in place that they are now there? They have put a system. Are they doing something to sort out that backlog that they are having? And the figures, as the first speaker who mentioned that the figures were contrary to each other. They were not the same. As like he said, they were supposed to be standing on a 30%. It's really poor. They should really do something in terms of that because we do really need that funding. And they should also give a directive in terms of that funding. How do you access those funds? Because most of the people, they are standing on a backlog because of some of the people that are applying for that funding. They've got wrong information. So they should also give a directive in terms of that. How do we access that funding? I thank you.
I want to follow up the 3 speakers is very willing. My brother, I'm with you. In fact, I was speaking to the MEC as we move this side, or the HOD, or moving forward. And I think someone also spoke about it. The time that we give to our agencies is very limited. I think it's Member Mukwebo. We are going to make sure our presentation, so that when Marupen stands here, Arab 30%, 31, 2A, or Gauteng Enterprise Propel. But we simplify the funding model. You know, by 2B, or maybe it's because of your business plan, I reach certain issues. So that by the time I have fund, now I saw them, I saw Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. Okay, also Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. My sister, I was very happy. 200 and something odd % commitment are good. In fact, it must be 1,000. No, I'm being serious, MEC. Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, if we are serious in that now, the small companies are on, we must fund them. Over committee, le committee, 1,000. MEC, HOD, Baka, Chairperson, it's one agency that I will make sure. It's on a little GTA. I told you the other time. I look at Lukisa 1, 2, or 3. MEC Nalina Kavan, and night South Kavan MEC. I can agree to go MEC. Yeah, I read like number 1, my brother. Number 2, number 3, number 4, 5. My sister Komarahu, you'll be number 6. My brother.
Good afternoon. We are back from break. We are now on the second round. My chairman,
I'm asking myself why only chairman. Okay, I'm asking myself why only chairman. But I tend to understand why are you a chairman. You are there to represent the people. And really, you really show it, you have really showed this thing unto others or represent the people because of, you said most of the things that I believe most of us wanted to say those things in regard to Westrand. Looking at what was said by Enterprise, a Propeller, and the rest, some of the things really serious, guys, was swabisa. Because of some of the things you have said, within the Westrand, they are not happening. We don't benefit at all. We don't. Because every now and then when we go from office to office, we will be getting promises whereby there is nothing that has been done. Earlier in the morning, I was the third speaker. On the fourth speaker, he mentioned something about the Gauteng legislature. I will pick some of the other things because of Kirikwetsefa, about what the new government did wrong, which I do agree with him. I'm a witness of it and I'm a victim. Today, that's my 38 years been fighting to be liberated. I'm speaking about me. The one who said it for Okrele freedom, lucky you are. But we as veterans, we are not yet free because we are still fighting to be liberated and to be free. This is my 38 years been fighting, that I must be free. The laws of the previous government, they have just been transferred or be moved to the current government. Now, because of the act that you did, you are regarded as terrorists within our own country that we have fought for to be liberated. You can't get expunged. What is needed of you is to get the presidential pardon. Go and fill the form and submit the forms. I've filled the form. I've been in person to Pretoria. I filled the form up until today. I went as far as Luthuli House. What I was told, it was that your file is on the president's desk currently right now as we speak, the current president. Okay, the next question was, then if ever that's the case, how long is it going to take that I must get my presidential pardon? Up until today. After 4 months, you can think, got 2020, public participation beyond slogans. The people shall govern. Really? The people shall govern. It took me back to the Freedom Charter. Yeah, it's there. The people shall govern. And then come into Vuga Senzele, Tuma Mina, Tuma Bani, and you take all those pieces, you make them together, you tend to see that these people, they are only doing this thing in order for them that they must benefit, but in order for the community to benefit, it's a zeal. It's a zeal. Another one is the government for the people, by the people. Yes, I can agree for the people, which is not effective by the people. Yes, it's only by the people because of we are the one who is going to vote for our organization who's in power because of it's in our blood. Ne? Come what may, is in our blood. We will stick with it. You cannot change from there when something else happens. He is no more my child. He will always be your child for good. Do whatever you like.
As you conclude, my leader, I want to really plead with you that after this meeting, can you see MEC and Chair of Chairs separately on these issues that we've raised? But I want you to conclude.
Okay. All right, for now, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, other provincial officials. Once again, Lina la me gape ke Potso Mjali. I want to register before this community gathering for the leadership mo pele gore ke active in the organization it's a I'm a president of the National Disability Chain of South Africa. Deputy Chairperson ya South African National Council for the Blind, ko PEC, spokesperson sa Western Disability Business Chamber, Audit Committee member locally, Secretary ya Rand West Disability Business Chamber, SGB ko sekolong se se fo tlase, down the road. So why I'm saying all these things, ke gore a ke so utlwi bofutu ba economic development mo gara di group tso tsotlhe tse ke leng mo tsona tse. From National Disability Chain, ha ke utlwe ope a bua ka economic development gore e moeletsa eng from different provinces tse leng gore ra advocate ka tsona. Le mo Gauteng fela ha ke utlwe gore batho ba rona ba disability ba utlwa bofutu bo bofeng fa. Ne ke re as government departments kapa department itlang mo rona as disability stakeholders re partnering le lona so that re khone go thusana tsela e ya morwalo wa disability. Ke ya ko procurement ka pele di company tsa rona di registera le Gauteng vendor CSD eng le eng kae go fitlhella ko kae. We've got 22 companies mo Rand West Disability Business Chamber tsa batho ba bana le bogole mara ga di kry SIP from the province. Request for quotation nyana next, RFP whatever next. So Nerman, please try gore le rona from Randfontein, particularly in the West Rand, le romeleng the RFQ, le ska sheba fela other regions. Re ke tle ka mo ya Gauteng ke GGB ya gambling board. My chairperson wa Council for the Blind ba re ke Philip Maibi ko e-government. Or corona the companies tsa batho ba bana le bogole register on the database ya gambling board ka pele ba le batla. A kitse for how many months register le companies 6. We only received one quotation but hara receive a purchasing order ne re quote. So ke ipotsa gore empowerment go buiwang ka yona ke efeng. Re ke move from there. GEP gona le shobi ko motlhakeng o rekisa dikgogo di chicken tse pride since 1996. Haso kry bofutu ba GEP since 1996. He was here yesterday ke mothusa ka proposal e yang ko mining ko South Deep. Mara GEP e teng mo gaufi le ena. So ne ke re man ka boikokobetso consider us. Lastly, leadership ke a conclude. The project erling mo yona mo ba re ke Dentlome mega project. It's developed by Aerobex Development. Daramo re khonno bona botho go tswa mo yona re le sector disability. Almost 9 companies di benefitile mo staking sa last year sa disability. We fought ba rutlweletse ba re no sa lona mo 30% nkisi. Now this year ba allocate 49 units sa disability tse leng gore it's going to be benefited by people with disabilities go nna bone ka fo. Ibile gape they are going to be built by entrepreneurs with disabilities rona. So challenger nang lona gore we don't have financial muscle. Ba re fa letter of appointment directed to us really disability companies but the financial muscle har na yona next re thuseng go reka material so that re ska iphitlhela re appointa the middleman company tse leng gore di na le di financial muscle di tswa go kgakala ebe di tlo re ropa di ja tšhelete e ntsi rona re tsamaya ka bikinyana fela di sala di re lwantsha re le di local entrepreneurs. Ne ke re la bofelo kutlile go buiwa ka sekolo dikolo empowerment CSR batho ba modimo wa in rural wards re na le only one school in this ward. Sekra budget nyana from the department. Please come little re supportang le re feng the corporate social responsibility from the agencies tse go utlwa go buiwa ka tsona fana. Itlang little re supporta sekolo sa rona se senyane se na le only 600 and something kids and ra leboga gore lebeletlile mo di rural wards. Ke tshepa gore ka tsheko yana Dentlome e represented e teng mo mmepeng ke a leboga.
Number 3.
Ke a leboga. Lebitso la ka ke Philip Shoelace. Chairman, ke rata o leboga mantswe a ntse wa bua and I'm staying here in Tentlome. Ntate Potso o ntshetse mantswe. But go na le ntho e ne ke batla go e bua. I did apply for GEP. I'm an author, I'm a businessman, but they never responded to me, even today. So, ke a makala. Ha ke bona di numbers di tlhagella mo screening, hore they have developed this and that and that and that. You can't be ugly and stupid at the same time. At least you must be ugly, but not stupid. So please, I'm begging you. Leskalana hana hore hari le ko tlase, we don't know how to count the numbers. When you are sitting in the office, you are not representing you. You are representing those who are there. Sometimes, in the office, you act like as if the office is here. This is not your office. You are there to represent the people, not for yourself. I have applied to my company, but they never responded to me. So I'm glad because you have seen hore gona le botsotsi bo bo etsahalang. Please, I'm begging you. I'm not saying you are not doing your job, but think about us. Le rona re batla hore I want to employ some, but Mosamaria Omolimo, he's the one who help us. But you are there to help us, but you don't help us. This is a shame, especially to this time. I know out of 10%, there are 2% they can do their job. If I was a president, chairman, let me tell you something. If I was a president, I will take everyone out and put the new blood. Why I'm saying this? I will put the new law. If or you steal in the government, anything from the government, I will take your pension fund, I will take everything. Now, because of their comfort, they are not saving us. They don't come to us. They just come to us because of you came. Please. I'm sick and tired. Give it to us as a bit.
Before Ofetala number 4. So if you are ugly and stupid, no, you can pass.
Dumelang baduli ba Tontlome. Ke dumedisa le di stakeholders tse di leng teng. Nna le bitso la ka ke Dipuo wa Mhlongo. Ke na le tletlebonyana bathong. Ne ke re ke a thola mara ke a utlwa go ya nkgata ke kgone ho tsamaya ke sa bua le lona. Ke ngwalisitse ntlo ka 2000. Ke sentse ke le Joburg. So ke na le almost 2 years ke le ka mo. Ha ke ya ko housing ka mo ke dutseng teng ke pleke ya cousin. Ba mplela gore ba ka se kgone ho nthusa because nna ke ngwalisitse ke le Joburg. Ke utlwa botlhoko gagolo. Ha ke sheba batho ba government ba tlile ba tlo serva setšhaba tsa rona. Mo e leng gore rona re ngwalisitse dintlo re se re be le bana ebile re na le bana le bana ba na le bana. And then government a rona re mo sebeleditse because all the time if go vote re teng ra vote because re batla life e better for us. So nkutlwisang botlhoko, ha ke ya housing ke isiwa kwa, a ke kgone ho thola thuso. A ke tsebe gore South Africa, mo South Africa re sebetsa yang. Because ne ke understand gore ha o le motswadi o na le bana, the only ntho e sentse ba thome ka yona ke a mme o sentse a godise bana. So o godisa bana yang o sena bodulo bo leng ba gago? O ba godisa yang bana o sena bodulo bo leng ba gago? Mare government e teng e sentse re serve, but they couldn't do that. Ke sokotse bane, I've been to Krugersdorp, I've been to Radfontein, ke zama busana le bona ba re they used to roba tšhentšhe o ele ditside, but now they don't do that. But I become so confused because even if I can go back to Joburg, I don't get the right answer. It's 23 years now without a house. And then what about my kids and my grandchildren? If bana ba batlo ba eng? It's where it start the problem ya bana ba dula ditrateng ba sena ba gae ba ja dinyaope, because you only see things here, you don't think about tomorrow. Ngwana o la tla fitlha mo le go tlile yang? It's question number 1 e sentse re ipotse yona. So in kutlisa botlhoka ke bona seemo se ke leng mo sona ke le mme ebile ke leng kgono, mara ke sena bodulo ke ngwadisitse ntlo ka 2000, but I don't get the right answer. I've been a member of government, I've been a member of ANC, because I don't see any different. So I'm so horrible because ke tlhoka thuso. Ke dile botlotlo nthusang gore le ba ka bana ba be le legae ba tlo reng mo ke mo gae.
Ke a leboga mama.
Ke a leboga.
Ke kopa mama. Ke kopa tlhakwane ke batla go fa number ya somebody ne. Number 5.
Thank you, Chair. I have to give thanks to you, Chair. I thought this was like a whole orchestrated act or something until at least the Chair started asking questions. Because whatever was you guys represented is not here. The scooters that Madame was talking about, we heard about it, it was supposed to have been here last year. It never arrived, those scooters. And should I remind you guys that even today, our waste has not been picked up. That's how messed up our municipality is. So whenever we need to access what you guys have to give, we either have problems like we are offline, this one has not been elected, that one is not being elected. I'll give you a true fact. That's how messed up our municipality is. Our waste has not been picked up, even here by this very same Dentlom, because the waste trucks has been repossessed. A joke, bruh. And now we are.
What is it that has been repossessed?
The waste trucks.
Oh.
So already, and then like it all happened in this week, nah? In this week it happened, I think Monday. And now we are blessed with Gauteng legislation here, and you guys are doing these presentations. And I keep on asking people, did you see what this guy is talking about? They mentioned agriculture. Have you seen a farm that has been built, or a youth-owned farm, or co-op youth farm, or a farm that is at least providing over hundreds of thousands of fruit or vegetable? It's not. So most of these presentations came out as a lie. My brother over there, I can attest with him. We are not getting the help we need. What you guys have represented is not what we are seeing. Not here. Not here. We do not see what you guys are talking about. Infrastructure, nothing. Even GEP, the very same GEP, is a container. It's not infrastructure as such. It's a container. The only one that we can see really is accessible because you can't miss it when you go into Mutlakeng. Yeah, it's just at the side of the road, rent-free, you understand? So, but most of these things, like, we do not see. We don't see these things. It's not a lie. I'm a deputy chairperson of our youth forum. I get these complaints on a daily. We have a wonderful lady here who has a development center. She's doing like agriculture. But they are struggling to find access to land. Struggling to find access to resources. No, even if you've done that course, you open up a co-op, group yourself in 5. That's what I advise them to do for mass development. But it's still not happening. We'll go a whole month to agriculture, up and down using our own transport, and still not get the help we need until we give up. And now we're surprised when all of these stats are coming out. You're like, where do you see what this guy is talking about? No, this woman is lying. You understand? Yeah, like it's not true, guys. You are being lied to by this place. Look around. Someone mentioned a stadium that was built. Where? Which stadium? Where is the stadium? Please show me the stadium. It's not here. You understand what I'm saying, Che? We are being lied to here, Che. And it's not fair on us. You guys are going to live here, we're still going to suffer the very same consequences. And then we move on. Tantrum is a new development, which we can't even really find work at as young people. You get work for 2 months, and then you must stay and watch people work the whole 3 years. That's it. That's what you get. You got your peace. Why are you fighting? In 2 months, how are you developed? Che, what can I give to my child in 2 months? In the 3rd month, what's up? I must go back now. I must cut grass for my neighbors and all of these things. We are suffering, and these stats are not helping Jack. This is a whole play. Che, you came and you showed me, okay, now we're not together like that. Because I thought it was a whole orchestrated event. When I heard these stats and I see people with laptops putting numbers in where they're supposed to, you understand? I did go and look up. This guy's typing numbers. You understand? So when I saw these things, I knew they were lies. It's not legitimate, Che. This is a disappointment, really, Che. You cannot go here and say you reached the outcome that you came and reached here. You're going to live here, and we are still going to be the very same unhappy people. And then we go, Montrose City. I'm from Motu, the neighboring. What happened to Montrose? Nobody's mentioning Montrose, mega city. Not just Montrose City. Mega city, the one that was built before Tantrum. Not even one person is housed at Montrose mega city, and it started before Tantrum. The embarrassment. And it's a story you you get threatened if you go too deep into Montrose. You understand? And we're talking about 7 years behind. 7. A multi-billion rand infrastructure is not being taken care of. We need more action, guys. Chair, I hope you reach the outcome of this, what you try to reach. We are tired. Basically, we are tired, guys. Thank you very much.
The last one is number 6. It's the last one. We are not taking hands.
Dumelang le kae? Re teng. Ne ke moriwa mo Dentlome ke le ke na Matshepo. Now I'm speaking of so many things. I can talk the whole day. So I was just checking, like, since ke dula mo Dentlome, gore like development e ga yo mo Dentlome. First thing mo site tse tsa rona, it's a joke, wa understand? Ntse re bereka ka fa, like, wa understand? Re na ma security, etsa soup kitchen. Mo feng holo lene a khona go kena mo holong, go ne le bodi center, ba golo ba nne involve mo di activities, ba khona go roka, ba khona go etsa bodi zoning, wa understand? Youth teng go khona go na le di session for youth ya rona ba khona go develop, at least le ba youth ya rona ba khona go develop, at least le ba khona go bula di support tsa bone, ba khona go bula di organization. Development because then like we can talk and talk and talk, but nothing is happening. No, we don't even know for database here, ENC. These are the things like you don't know which one is the right person, which one. So please, then tlome like, ke re kopa e se ka nna a joke. E ne a place e leng gore no, bagolo ba bangata mo le bana le bana, ha ba bereki still, maar motho o spenda di grant for distance, a gona bo di bus, a gona, these are the things e leng gore di a re affecta as baagi ba Dentlome. So re kopa development, please. Thank you.
Kana o itse lebitso la gore ke mang? Ma? Andries o tsamaile. Oh. Ne ke re o bone Andries man, o na le talente nngwe mama o ka e berekisa. O bile 55,000 ways. Ka 3 minutes o ka repa man. O ka e betsa. A o break, a o tsele break. Ke talente, wa bona. Much as we hear your complaint, maar ne ke re Andries in the creative industry, how use man. O ka repa man. O e consider ne. O blind man. Let me see.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, maybe let me just say that I think some of...
Just before you proceed, is the ward councillor here? No, sir. Oh, okay. All right. No, proceed, let me see.
Okay, thanks.
We are not taking any hands, Bakaiju. We are not.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, let me just say thank you to all the questions and some of the inputs, but safe to say that many of them don't reside with our department. Some of them are with human settlements, some with the municipality, others with justice, which we've taken the details of. The other was with, I think it was also social development, yes. The issues that relate to our department directly, I think it's the matters of GEP, and I think when I opened Chair, I did say that following this, we will have to come back just with the enterprise propeller, so that the enterprise propeller can invite community members, explain what is their process, what are the different products that they offer, because the offerings have also changed. There's different products that they can apply for, and it will need some time to go through each one. What are the requirements, how can they apply, where to apply, and then if possible also to come back with, because some of them need treasury for registration on CSD and compliance, and we can arrange that, and we can do it for the broader community. I think the one particular one, which was an application that was not responded to, if we can get the details, we can follow up. It may be that the application was not successful, but it's important that GEP communicates and says that your application has not been successful because of 1, 2, or 3. Given, Chair, that this was actually, it's a human settlements project, mega projects of human settlements, under human settlements, we can take the issues related to the subcontracting, the services on site, the security company, et cetera, because it's something that it's a policy matter, and it's something that must be dealt with through the main contractor. With the mega projects, they appoint a turnkey contractor, which does everything from end to end. But I think what must happen is human settlements must tighten their SLAs to say that the local subcontracting, it must be South African companies, et cetera, so that we don't have this issue of foreign companies or foreign-owned companies. But those matters will take it up. The other matter of our brother here, we've addressed it with the member of the committee, so that we can get follow-up and communicate what has been the response that we've received. Chair, maybe just to say to the responses to the committee, I think Member Mokwevo is coming closer, back close, yes. I didn't want to say home, but maybe just closer to the left. He's a bit too far on the right still. But we'll be ready for him on Monday. As he stands, he must just look at me so that he can think about whether he wants to stop the premier or not, but it's up to him. I think, Chair, in the last portfolio committee, or the portfolio committee, we were dealing with the second quarter reports and the APPs, I did make the point that our job targets are extremely high. And in the next APP, we're going to do realistic targeting, because if we don't have realistic targets and we don't achieve them, we're not going to get, we're going to be seen as a non-performing department. So it's important that and notwithstanding all the problems, now we have energy problems, we've got energy problems which are linked to businesses closing, more job losses, etc., but not with all of those, we must be realistic about what can we contribute to the economy in terms of jobs, where are those jobs, in which sectors, etc., I think for me, Chair, GGP has, while it reaches its targets, I think the targets are very simple, to put it mildly. So I have said that even to GGP, that they can do more with what they get and what they do. So if they are able to do 100 inspections, but you have a target of 20, it means that you are under, so in some areas we over target and then we set our targets too high. Others, we set our targets too low and then it looks like we are a good performing organization. So we must balance and give a real picture of what we can do. Coupled to that, Chair, is the issue about the expenditure versus the targets. So there's always a disjuncture, and I think it's a process. So if you spend 90% of your budget, but you've received, you only meet 50% of your targets, it means that there's a problem with how you have either costed what you want to do and the weighting. So we said, let's go and look at how do you weight the target. Some targets, of course, are they're not weightable, if I could say that. So a transfer to an entity, as an example, it accounts for a big chunk of our budget, but it's how we account for it is a single target. But what we could do is in other areas be able to have more targets so that when you do spend huge amounts at our big cost drivers, you're able to pick it up with other targets. Chair, I'm going to ask if there was the issue of maybe also what we could do coupled to GEP is to have public engagements of the Western SEZ. It's still far down the line, but I think it's important that we take the community along, where we are, what is the next steps, where the opportunities will lie, etc., so that when it does go to ground, we don't have a situation where the immediate community is not readily prepared. So either in employment opportunities, so it will need people who are qualified in certain aspects. How do we support that? We've got bursaries, either through the agencies or GCRA, so those types of things. How do we prepare the community? If there's job opportunity, if there's business opportunities for SMMEs, we need to look at what the value chain will be so that we start preparing them now, so that by the time, so that we don't have a situation where those who qualify are not from the immediate community. We are forced to bring them from outside. Of course, when we run any process, it's open to any South African. So those who apply, if you meet the criteria, you've applied, but what we need to do is dedicated work to make sure that the immediate community is supported so that by the time it does come on, we've done a lot of work to prepare. Maybe just to say, Chair, that the 20 SEZ phase 2 has not yet begun. And I do know that there's an issue with the Easter's community member, it was Member Mukwebo. That's why I say intensive local participation, SMMEs, etc., going up. So I'll ask the CEO of TAZES maybe just to speak about phase 2 a bit. The big issue is how we demonstrate, Chair, who has benefited. So I always say, especially to GEP, the first to 50 companies, we've invited all 50 companies, but only that's why they couldn't come. Because remember, some of them are majority of them are SMMEs. They do the work, they run the company, they are the manager, the marketer, they are everything in the company. So to take them, must be able to go and interact with a business that has been funded by the entity. Specifically in this instance, it would be GEP. Chair, we take the point on Cornhill, and I think in the next reporting will just affect that information. It's not necessarily in the template of the quarterly report. Honorable Malema is out of the meeting, but the response on the question on the GGB, 189 out of 194, it's invoices paid within 15 days. So GGB has got a target of paying invoices within 15 days, provincial departments within 30 days, but we do have it's an agreement amongst departments that we have a 30 and a 15 days. They do report that, but for legislative purposes, we have to report against the 30 days. Chair, I'm sure the rest of the team has taken note of the other inputs, especially related to companies that are owned by people with disabilities. I think it's something that even together with Treasury, we had attempted to do it when I was still at DID, was to bring together those companies and bodies that represent people living with disabilities, so that we're able to understand what business they can do, etc., etc. We count in percentages, so the problem is if you have big cost drivers, so infrastructure is one. If you take a budget of 100 million and you say that your 4% must go to people living with disabilities, you might give 30 companies as an example of people living with disabilities. But because the value is minimal, when you appoint one company at a big amount, it almost cancels what you do on the small amounts, and it's mostly around goods and services, etc. So that's also just what we must be able to say, that while we account for it against the monetary value, we must also though say that monetary value equates to 20 companies as an example, so that at least we are able to see. But when we account for it, it's percentages against the budget, and when you do one big procurement spend, it really just wipes out what you do on many companies through either an RFQ process. So Chair, if I can, I'll ask, first, or you want to end, HOD, rather come after the two CEOs? Okay, so the CEO of TAZES, and then the Group CEO of GGDA, and then the HOD. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable members, HOD. In response to the question around the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, there is a process that governs our engagements with the community. There is a community project committee, which is called CPC. It consists of 14 wards that includes Mamelodi and Easterus. So part of our engagements in all projects is around the engagement with the CPC. We meet with the CPC almost every Tuesday if they have their meetings, and as and when there's issues that pertain to our needs. And part of what we do, we engage with the community in that regard. As recent as today, we've signed a social compact with the community. As recent as today, we've signed an agreement with the community represented by these 14 councillors as part of our implementation of phase 2. And part of our phase 2 implementation involves around the issues of employment of the people that resides within our target area 1 and 2, which is predominantly area 1, the Esteras and the Mamelodi, Nelmaspheres communities. Part of what you're going to be doing is, other than the agreements, is to then work with the tenants in terms of the employment. Because part of what we also do through the skill center that we have in Mamelodi is then we solicit CVs of people looking for employment on daily basis. We have our personnel placed at the skill center in Mamelodi on daily basis, in Nelmaspheres, where individuals can come and drop their CVs. Part of the verification of the companies that come from these areas comes from the CPC councillors themselves. So any company that we engage with in our project has to be verified and supplied through the councillor with the councillor stamp. Mind you, all the councillors work for the city of Tshwane. So part of what we do is get those verification of these SMMEs through that process so that we respect. Part of what we're doing is the automotive campus that will have a range of skills development initiatives that are aimed at capacitating our targeted audience in the Mamelodi STR that are going to support these SMMEs, these black industrialists, in their quest to become part of this sector. And part of the agreement that we have with tenants is then they're going to assist us in the incubation, in the mentoring, and also in incorporating some of these SMMEs within the tier 1, tier 2 supply. And we'll be working in partnership with the AIDC as well in that regard. So our commitments around the contribution of the empowerment will still continue through the various engagements that we've been having with the CPC around the implementation plan. There is a plan that we've developed that we're going to be looking at various milestones while we achieve our objectives. So just to safe to say, MEC, we are looking at this matter. I think part of the problem, if I may go back at the initial problem, is that in the latter part of the project, there was a change of political sittings within the councillors. Hence, what you have now is new councillors that have not been part of the establishment of the CPC. So when you go to them, yes, they are new. So they were not part of the initial project because some of the companies, the SMMEs, have been contracted since the early part of 2022 and some were also in 2021. So when this change happened, there is a lot of disgruntled councillors that says for them they've never received anything for their people. But if you go back and be realistic and go to the old councillors, you will find that the old councillors were part of the SMMEs that we have. So that is a dilemma that we face. I think it's a crisis we managed with the current councillors because there's been a changeover, and I think out of the 14 CPCs, there's only 2 that are remaining from the old set of councillors. Hence you find a lot of people that says they were not part of the project, they don't know what happened, but if you look around, there are SMMEs that come from Mamelodi that have been part of that. So we have a commitment around the various aspects. The recruitment plan that's going to be in place for phase 2 for both the tenant investors as well as the other recruitment that will come from the main contractors. The main contractors that will be part of the subcontracting into the SMMEs from grade 1 to 4. So that is part of the plan. And part of that, we also have a procurement plan in place for phase 2, and that will have ring fence packages that are aimed at us achieving this 45% procurement spend that we have. And part of their plan, we're going to have now verification of companies that come from Mamelodi through a verified database of SMMEs that we're going to be looking into. And also, part of what we do, we have CLOs, which are community liaison officers, that we've employed under the project. There's about 14 of these CLOs that are paid to look at the various pockets of the communities in the engagement, so that any aspects of disgruntlement or any other issues, these CLOs become our first line of defense in dealing with the communities before they're reporting to the main. So in closing, we have tenants, enterprise supply development plans that we're going to implement. We have the Black Industrialist program that we're going to have. We have then workshops that are going to be part of the stakeholder engagements that we can continue having with the various CPC, the SMMEs, and some of the beneficiaries that will come from the various projects that are linked from bursaries, skills development, SMME development, enterprise development, like I alluded to. I'll end there, MEC, just to sum up some of the plans. Thank you.
Honorable MEC, members of the committee and chair, through you, if I may respond. And before I do, with your permission, MEC, I think we should encourage this mega project to probably try and benchmark its social facilitation on the TASA's social facilitation. It's a workable model. It sustained that project. It has an opportunity. This is still a project that will evolve over time. And I think if there's anything we can do to learn from each other and share best practice, so I would suggest that the TASA's model be looked into. Chair, the matter you raised of copy and paste, that 216 million is actually correct. That is the total figure of the procurement per quarter. The figure that changes are those that are allocated to youth, women, black, and so on. It's correct, Chair. Please check it. It's not copy and paste. I apologize, Chair.
It's wrong. Because
okay, Chair.
I
stand down.
Yeah,
Chair.
no, it's what my brother. Why see?
I stand down, Chair. Chair, there were a few issues that were raised. The issue of the VAL,
No,
MEC.
Chair, no, Chair. Negeru Warkwal. Negeru has a chance. I'm ready for him. We read this report, my brother.
Chair, the issue at the VAL, the EIA is for a separate land parcel in the Mid-Val and Didier. The fence is for Heidelberg 24, which had an existing EIA. So we assure the committee that there will be no fruitless expenditure. The mismatch on the quarterly targets and the spending.
Just on that one, for future reference, I'll explain. Because you can imagine, the issue is it's one now I got to explain that procurement target. Okay, explain and I understand. But imagine if somebody gets hold of that document and you are not there to explain it. It's one federal offense. Now you are making a whole lot of sense. In future, separate. I understand already. Sometimes we asking too many things from you. I'll type, cut and paste that. CFO.
Understood and appreciated, Chair. The issue at the GIDZ of the mismatch between the budget and the reporting. The targets that have not been reached are the two unfunded targets in relation to bulk infrastructure. So the expenditure is in line with those that were funded. We had 4, there were 3 unachieved, 2 that are unfunded, and the other one is the business case for Tambo Springs. And then lastly, Chair, the issue of the West Rand employees versus the VAL employees. The VAL PMU team has been in place for a couple of years, about 2 years now. So that employment of the PMU happened in previous reporting cycles. and the Western PMU was only established about 8 colleagues that we took on board by last year, November. Hence, we were reporting on that as part of this past quarter. I think I've addressed all the questions that were raised, and with your permission, I stand down, Chair. Thanks.
Hello. Dumelang. Le kae? I'm sure le kgatetse ne. Anyhow, lebitso la ka ke Blake. Blake Mosley Lefatola. I'm the head of the department. There's just 2 or 3 issues that I want to respond to very, very quickly. Number 1 is that, Chairperson, for your attention, the leader of the Western PMU comes from Mukhali City, Kelvin Siarani, and there are currently 2 people who've been recruited from the Western, and they're still busy, recruiting. All right.
No, just ignore him, HOD.
No,
We
I
are
wanted
happy.
clarity, Chair.
Continue, HOD, we are happy. Just ignore him.
All right.
But Chair,
So I think that the point, there are 3 or 4 points that I want to make, Chair. And Honorable Mukwevu, if I can have your attention, please. There's about 3 or 4 points that I want to make in response to the questions that have been raised here at the table, and also that the community members have raised. But let me start with the issues that the community members have raised, and then I'll come to the issues that the honorable members here at the table have raised. I think that the issues that have been raised by the community members we are in agreement with. It's our responsibility as a department to ensure that West Rand grows and develops economically, okay? As much as Sedibeng grows and develops economically, as much as Tshwane and Johannesburg. So my suggestion would be, Chair, with your permission and the MECs, is that what we need to do in order to take the issues forward that have been raised here, is that let the department come back to this very same community, the very same participants, or even more. And what we do is we have a whole-day workshop. That whole-day workshop will actually talk about the Township Economic Development Act. Because the Township Economic Development Act brings a whole lot of opportunities, to the communities, for the communities actually to benefit. Those who own spaza shops, those who own back rooms, those who are involved in installation, repairs, and maintenance, those who own taxis, those who are involved in ICT and broadband, the rolling out of broadband, and even those who are involved in manufacturing, the security industry, and the creative sectors. All those, there are opportunities. There's funding for that, okay? We can come back with our team, together with JEP and other entities, and have a session with the colleagues and the community members who will be there, so that we explain as to these are the opportunities, this is how the opportunities can actually be exploited, and this is how we can move forward, together. So that's what I would suggest, Chair, as a step forward, so that we don't just say that we've listened to the issues and we'll come back, with answers. But let's use this opportunity to create, possible projects that our people can actually benefit from. So that's the first point that I actually wanted to make. So we'll be under your direction, Chair, and the MEC as to when you give us, the marching orders to come back to this particular community center here. Then, Chair, coming back to the issues, the other point also that has been raised was the issue around crafts and the creative sector. I don't know if Andres is still here because he had actually mentioned the point. But the simple point is that at Maropeng, there is an opportunity where they are actually involved, in Maropeng. And the CEO was going to give further details, but it's not here. Then the second request is going to be that the community members who are from the disabled and representing the disabled, if they can kindly give their registration details, if they are registered on the central database, if they can give it to Ronald. If you can stand up, our CFO from the department. Because these are the people who are telling us, if you can give the details to him after this meeting. These are the people who are telling us that they can't get enough businesses work from businesses that are owned by women and people with disabilities. So Ronald, here's an opportunity for you to address your shortcoming. Okay? All right, so go there, Ronald, go and take those details there, Chief. So, and then, Chairperson, my last point is to come to the issues that you have raised. You see, Chair, what we are worried about in the department is impact. It's not about the number of indicators. And we want to count our impact in terms of the number of jobs created. Okay, all right? Now, the job numbers that we actually have currently on our APP, those have been scientifically worked out. The reason why it is that we are struggling to achieve those job numbers is primarily because our implementation strategies is not up to scratch, to be very honest. And that is what we need to look at. But we hear the point that you are making that we shouldn't be too ambitious. But we must be ambitious because unemployment is high. Our people need jobs. So that's why you can't say that you are going, when you've got 6-7 million people unemployed in Gauteng, and as Economic Development Department that is supposed to drive and transform the economy in Gauteng, you only want to create 300 jobs. It's a drop in the ocean. So but I agree that we need to strike a balance as to what is possible and what is not actually, possible, which is what I think the message is that you said. Then, Honorable Badenhorst, Mama, I think you can help us. If you tell us where we are lying, we'll correct it and not lie. And not lie. No, the point that I'm making is that the figures that we are representing here are figures of projects, okay? It may not be reflective of the work that we're doing in the West Rand. And I would be the first to agree that we need to do more work in the West Rand. But those figures have got living bodies and are serving, living people. Thank you very much.
No, HOD, I think we agree with the MEC that indeed you need to come back here. I think the same process that we've done in Mamelodi. And GTA, Baba, thanks for what you've just shown me. You made a commitment in Mamelodi and you delivered on your commitment. It's encouraging that we don't come here and make commitments and we don't deliver on those commitments. Let's do the same, HOD. And it's not only here. I mean, there's a gentleman at the back about the Montrose issue. We do understand, MEC, that we are here as economic development, but the issues that you are raising are very important. One of the reasons why we came here, HOD and DDG, we were supposed to go to Kokosi. We were informed by the MMC for Environment, Councillor Nozima Pena, that since the establishment of this township, no government has been here. None. And it can be business as usual. Much as they come from different townships or informal settlement to come and reside here, but there are also people So we need to make sure that we come, but we must also encourage others, not only economic development, but our sister departments within the Gauteng provincial government, that they must come here. My brother, I can assure you, the fortunate part is that I was the chair of sports when the Gauteng Gambling Board refurbished the Patrick Eisintweleng Stadium. We made a commitment to the late wife to Patrick Eisintweleng that we are going to do something about that stadium. And I can assure you, the MEC for sports was not available, and I went and I addressed the opening when GGB did that stadium. So I can assure you, maybe what you missed is the area. You thought maybe they are making reference to Denkom. It's not necessarily here. They've done work there in Patrick Eisintweleng Stadium. So other issues that we will have raised as a community, I know this I understand that HOD or not the politician or no mamela chief, hey, makoma tla bua ntho tse ba re no itshoka a kere re itse re tla itshoka. But one thing that I will never tolerate as a chairperson of a portfolio committee is when there are serious allegations against my leaders. That one I will not tolerate. Once you raise an allegation against our leaders, please provide proof. That issue of Paul Mashatile and Gwere Mantashe, it's uncalled for and it's wrong. It will drive a very wrong narrative. But if you can provide proof that indeed they are involved, there are state agencies, law state agencies that can deal with those issues, those allegations. But as a chairperson, I will not allow it to happen. Not only it will be a career limiting, but it will be wrong of me not to call order on such serious allegations. I take your point. I really take your point as it refers to companies not being given an opportunity to grow. You have correctly made your point. And the fortunate part is that I know I'm a resident of this region. I know that the DDG is a resident of this region. And we are very fortunate that he's a former mayor of this particular region. I know that Member Mukwebo is a resident of this particular region. And development of this region is our priority. That one I can assure you. And issues that you will have raised as it relates to Denkom and any other development, we are not going to just put them aside. We'll also raise them with our counterparts. This is why I immediately gave the numbers to me olona complain ka issue ya dintlo. We know the allegations tsa batho ba ba rekang dintlo mo. Akere re tswa mo West Rand. So we know the allegations tsa the officials within human settlement ba e leng gore motho gala le mo waiting listing maro tla kara ngwana 21 years ana le RDP house. Mare motho gala le mo waiting listing as na yone. That one will make sure that we share that information le human settlement portfolio committee. I don't want you to respond, don't worry. Offline. I don't want to really respond. MEC and HOD and officials, I know, but one day I'm gonna get it right. Some of you must know, but there's no traffic. I realize we are unemployed at West Rand. But we'll get it right. I know. Normally we'll say, wait, this time they must go home early. We are not managing time, but I can assure you, in future we'll try and manage time so that you don't feel exhausted. Some of us, we started River, is it River what? River Stone. River Stone at 8 in the morning. Since we've been in meetings since 8 o'clock in the morning, it's now already 8 o'clock at night. We've been in meetings. In future, the same issues that Member Mukwebo would have raised, that we must separate them, HOD. And I also want to apologize, MEC. When I came in, I said, I don't want to see you, HOD, sometimes Modi some of this program. I can't believe it's a thata, man. First quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, annual report, FIS, the knowledge span with department. We need to manage how you come to, especially during this period that we are in. So we don't want you to come here and spend a lot of time instead of servicing our people on the ground. So we'll manage that process. You'll probably come annual report. If need be, you can send the chief director just to come and present before the committee, not all of you to come. Maybe in future, HOD, get your agencies one presentation so that we don't end up having but during the annual report and the budget, that's when we can invite you so that we also manage the issues of time and you spend a lot of time addressing issues that you need to address. Having said that, thank you so much to our stakeholders. You know, yeah, you know you've been so disciplined. Stakeholders, it's a moment to it. Salalin Naleronamo since was saying the chief executive officer of catering has requested batho ba le bana le busy le bona kopa ba bona le saleng o nyaka le bona go siting. Others we can go home, let's drive safely, let's wish Orlando Pirates well for future games. Manda.